everyone, and welcome back to D&D&D&D&D campaign number 2 of Black Ink and Blue Blood. When we last left off, Lucian, making the executive decision to put the succumbing to the Ichor Lorcan Telbront out of his misery, attacked the elvish bartender. However, this only exacerbated his condition, transforming him entirely into an Ichor beast. Raccoon, Caro, and Lucian, with Gil supplying reinforcements late into the fight, are forced to defend themselves, nearly leveling Nortwicks in the process and attracting the attention of the Geogran army, who has been interrogating the local orc and giant population of the city of Mercurial in the Humor Empire. The army, placing you all under arrest, dragged you all to the palace, where, silencing the remaining witness, General Geogher revealed his membership of the Scar Concord, and you are all now in the emerald-lit ballroom of Mercurial, surrounded by your enemies. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Caleb, in a bid to negotiate for your freedom, went to seek reinforcements from the Tebadran family, only for Lucifer Ilefakir to catch up to them, silencing the king's attempt to bargain with his children's lives. The elf is now dragging the Tebadrans with Geogran reinforcements to the palace. So, for the two Tebadran nobles, are you going to cooperate with them on the way there? Or is there anything you want to particularly try to do?
I mean, he wouldn't cooperate. He tried not to cooperate, so he's not exactly cooperating. He's just kind of being pushed there.
Yeah, like, basically, is there anything you want to try and do or get away with before you get there?
That's a good question. Also, Rip?
They switched chats by mistake. Give them a minute. There they are. But yeah, so are both... So, both of you just gonna roll with it till you get to the palace?
I don't really have any fancy tricks, so...
Zephyr?
Yes, I will. Oh, no. Actually, you know what? Nah, because I don't know about what's going on, so...
Okay. In that case, for those of you in the emerald-lit ballroom in the center on the hilltop overlooking Mercurial, you're all surrounded by the Scar Concord sans Lucifer Ilefakir, who has gone to fetch your friends, searching the city by any means necessary. Shortly after they leave, the ballroom falls into relative silence. A few members of the Concord simply pacing around impatiently. At one point, you see Dr. Kaloum tap his ear and mutter something under his breath, but you can't hear exactly what he's saying. But he gives a simple nod and crosses his arms and just kind of lazily looks over all of you. And the various members of the Concord just kind of look to each other, look to all of you kneeling in chains, and almost just studying you curiously. Dr. Knight in particular seems to be the most comfortable being close to all of you, and is just kind of slowly pacing in front of you, kind of stopping to look each of you up and down and kind of muttering and nodding to herself. For those of you
close to me, I'm going to look at her in her stupid mask face and just say, "Do you like what you see, Dr. Knight?"
Oh, I very much do, actually.
Well, that backfired.
Or did it?
Depends on your
Isn't the bard
definition.
supposed to be? Isn't the bard supposed to be the one that does this?
You again, as usual, you can't make out any facial expression behind the mask, but she just kind of stares at you for a while, kind of tilting her head contemplatively before you can hear her just, again, kind of muttering to herself, but you can't hear exactly what she's saying before she makes to move on to study the rest of the party. And as you all kneel in chains, just bathed in the now very oppressive and depressing emerald light of the ballroom, what would you all like to do?
So we're kneeling down, right?
Yeah, you're all still in the manacles that the Gyogrins put on you.
Am I able to get up?
You can try.
I'm going to try.
As you make to stand, you hear the sound of a pistol hammer being pulled back behind you, and Dr. Kaloum pulls a long, like almost the size of his forearm, pitch black, kind of obsidian colored pistol with elaborate gold ornate designs on it, and levels it at you and pulls the hammer back. And they don't necessarily like gesture for you to get back down, but they make it very clear that like your movement's going to be limited, but you are allowed to stand as long as you're comfortable with the weapons being trained on you.
I don't break eye contact, but I stand up. Is he in front of me or is he behind me?
Everyone is in front of you, just kind of gathered around the throne of the Father Khan, with the exception of Tropu and Brogdu, who are pacing the ballroom behind all of you, and the general, who is standing behind you, leveling a pistol at you.
I will step forward and smile. Kind of the same way that I have seen my brother smile. That, I'm sure it looks very familiar to him. And I will kind of glance over to Dr. Knight, and then I'll glance back to Dr. Kaloum, and I'll say, "I dare you to. She's got you, so you can't."
Dr. Kaloum just gives a smirk and glances to Dr. Knight, who gives a shrug. You can't destroy him, but you can feel free to damage him if you want. I'd be interested in seeing what exactly they're capable of under duress.
Is that a request?
Don't tempt me. And Dr. Kaloum gives kind of a smirk and pulls a navy blue, equally ornate-looking pistol and levels this one at you, Gil, and kind of gives you a smirk. How attached are you to your kneecaps exactly?
It's debatable.
He kind of gives a bit of a smile and raises both pistols, kind of taking them off of both of you. But Lucien, you can still just feel the general leveling his weapon at you. And Dr. Kaloum gives a smile and says, hopefully, such damages will be ultimately unnecessary. I'm not exactly the type who prefers to get my hands dirty if I can avoid it. However, if you should put us under such sort of duress, we could always give the honor to Barbarous. I believe you're all acquainted already.
Oh, yes. I hope you're staying hydrated. I smile again.
Barbarous just kind of gives a smirk. Still think that punchline's funny, huh?
Oh, I think I'm hilarious.
Funnier than your face.
Barbarous just raises
What
an
have they,
eyebrow.
children?
Yeah, Barbarous just kind of raises an eyebrow, seeming way more unimpressed than he usually is by you.
Raccoon gives kind of like a half-hearted ooh.
What is this party?
Delightful is what they are.
I will step forward.
Things were delightful.
No. I will step forward closer to Dr. As I know him, Dr. Watson, and just keep my eyes on him. I really, really hope that, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do.
He kind of gives a bit of a smirk. I've gotten very used to keeping my wants and desires under control, unlike some of my colleagues.
I really don't think that him wanting to hurt us isn't necessarily something that he doesn't not want to do either.
Well,
No, I don't know, apparently.
I take my gaze off of Dr. Watson as I know him and take a look around the other baddies in the room. What are they doing?
At the moment, you see the young dark elf girl is just at this point, like as some time has passed since Lucifer left, is completely not even paying attention to any of you, and is just nuzzling into the side of Queen Wyborn, who is currently just raking her nails across the dark elf's scalp, almost in just a more like soothing, repetitive motion to keep herself occupied. Queen Wyborn herself is just resting her head very lazily on her hand as she looks over all of you, just kind of studying you one at a time. And the brown-coated bugbear is currently kind of taking up what Dr. Knight had originally been doing and not getting as close, but just kind of looking over all of you. But as his mumble, or rather there, it's again very difficult to make out specifics. You can hear their mumbling is a lot louder, like it's more just like kind of a vague quiet than it is a true mumble, and you just hear numbers. Like as they scan all of you up and down, they'll just say a number under their breath and then move on to the next person. You can't really.
I was gonna say, what number does he say when he looks at me?
There is a pause, kind of looking you over, and you hear kind of muttered under their breath. 120 if I play my cards right.
I look at the
I know
bugbear.
what this means.
I look at the bugbear and kind of do I hear them talking? Do I hear them muttering?
Yeah, again, they're not necessarily being super quiet. That's why I mentioned that you could actually hear what they were saying, unlike the others.
I'm going to address him. I'm going to say, I'm guessing, and this is just a, and I kind of look at Watson back. A shot in the dark, I guess it was. You would be Captain Droop.
The bugbear kind of glances at you and kind of gives just a very curt, quick nod.
I smile. Well, does the drow woman, does she look or seem familiar to me?
Make a history check.
Well, okie dokie.
And then I would like to ask Captain Droop. So, based on the numbers you're speaking, I'm guessing you're planning to sell us as slaves or something.
Nothing so crass and despicable. And Kaloum raises a hand. As we've already discussed, whenever we strip your belongings off of you per Barbaros's request, they will belong to the good captain, who can do with them as they wish. And Captain Droop gives a nod and kind of steeples their hands as they look you over. I'm just making my early guesses as to the value of everything you've got.
I got the 20.
Your math is way off.
Raccoon is just kind of like huddle in towards like hunch in on herself, like she's trying to like protect her penny whistle and her sash.
As you do that, you can see Captain Droop's eyes immediately dart over to you and just kind of look you up and down. And as they turn their gaze eventually back to you, Gil, they just give a smile. No, I'm not. And Lucian, for your history check, that was a filthy little 20?
It is a filthy 20.
All right. You do recognize, you didn't recognize them immediately as you've never seen them in person, but looking at them now, you do recognize them based on description. You recognize this as Melintha Ergos, the current president of the Ergos Republic. The Ergos Republic was formed as the Yavik branch of the Thieves Guild, which achieved so much wealth and influence that they managed to achieve the political string pulling of a noble house, and thus escalated to being a city-state and eventually a self-functioning nation. President Ergos is the current ruler of that republic, and is supposedly the youngest princess of a dark elf royal bloodline, although that is purely rumors, as nobody has ever seen any direct association between the local dark elf empire and the Ergos Republic.
Okay, got you. I'll turn my gaze back to Kaloum, and tilt my head a little bit and then look back at Dr. Knight, and I'll just say, it's kind of bold of you to assume that, we'll just go quietly.
Oh, we're not assuming that in the slightest. I just assume you'd be good enough at calculating your odds to at least wait when you're not entirely surrounded, and we're going to try and limit that situation as much as we possibly can. Thankfully, the lady was very smart and already made the advanced call that some of us should be idle on this particular deployment, which means that some of us can serve as your guards.
Lady, I'm hearing about. Are you sure we don't get to meet them?
Dr. Kaloum gives kind of a stiff nod. Indeed, most of the people here aren't even qualified to talk to them directly, let alone you.
You're all very mean.
No, I just think it's funny. I think it's actually really, really funny. You said when we came here that we, how did you put it? You said that we did something about your little experiment. Poor Lorcan. I think it's funny how something that was supposed to be in your power just fell apart so easily. Are you able to fall apart that easily?
Dr. Gloom gives a bit of a smirk. You
Lucian,
see,
don't antagonize them.
Dr. Gloom kind of steps towards you, and Lucian, you can feel the general's hand on your back start to kind of push you back down to your knees as Kaloum approaches you.
I fight.
He's not being particularly pushy about it since he's not being ordered, so you're able to still keep your footing, but basically he's making it clear that like you're about to be pushed back down since you're standing up to sass them. But Kaloum just approaches you with a smirk as he kind of adjusts his eerily skin-textured gloves. Well, that's the rather amusing thing. See, most of the factors you decided to pull on weren't directly in our influence, deliberately so, as we can't afford to have any witnesses or loose ends that we need to see about cutting. So every string you pulled on that unraveled the sweater, so to speak, was not something we were directly tied to. This, however, is going to be as ironclad as we can possibly make it. Quite literally, you'll find.
She just laughs. I don't know what he sees in you. That's all I'll say.
Kaloum just raises an eyebrow and adjusts his jacket, and you can see Barbara's kind of throwing like a very nasty smirk at him, but Kaloum just ignores it completely. And Kaloum snaps his finger, and the general now actually starts trying to like force you back down onto your knees.
I fight. I try to stand as much as I can.
Let's make this a grapple contest.
Okay. What do I need to do? Athletics or acrobatics or strength?
For you, it would be athletics, I believe. Yes. And then the person trying to do so can do acrobatics if they prefer.
I got the 21.
Okay. The general starts trying to push you down, and you just fight to hold your footing. And you're basically like to where you can hold your footing, but that's taking all of your effort. Like you can't like move around super freely. But as Kaloum turns and starts to step towards you again, the general immediately kind of backs off, like seeming not willing to act without being directly asked to do something. And Kaloum kind of gives a smirk as you kind of shake off the general's hand off your shoulder. Tell me, I'm very curious, inner scientist and all that. What exactly is it that you're hoping to accomplish here? If you wish, we can conduct a strip search now and get you to the containment unit, but I thought you might like to have a few last minutes of freedom while your brother rounds up the last of your friends.
Lucian kind of purses her lips a little bit.
Erkin's going to speak up and she's going to look towards him and she says, I do have a question though.
Kaloum kind of glances to you, and he seems like he's going to just ignore you, but Dr. Knight speaks up, placing both hands on her cane as she leans forward. And what's that, little raccoon?
Why us? Why now? Why here?
In that order, that'd be because you made us angry, and because it's away from prying eyes.
I don't necessarily mean about like why us here now. I mean why us for whatever ichor this is that is in us.
There's a
Why start it now and why do it in this town specifically?
there's a very loud silence, and eventually Dr. Knight starts to step towards you, leaning forward as she crosses her arms behind her back as she kind of looks you over. An inquisitive mind. I like that. Already pieced it together, have you?
Maybe, but you could confirm for me.
And she kind of pats you on the shoulder, being similar to you, a very short height. She's able to do so easily without much effort, as she kind of, you would guess just from her tone that she's smiling beneath the mask. I'm not going to make it that easy for you, nor am I allowed to. And she starts to step away from you. But the Father Khan speaks up, just slouching on his throne, looking just very bored at the whole situation, as he gives a shrug. I can answer the city question for you, though. It's because I don't care what happens to these people.
Some ruler you are.
He gives a bit of a smile. Well, you're the one in chains, and I'm not.
That can always change later on.
I would call that a burn, but it's probably you that's going to burn later.
Queen Wyborn gets a very wide smirk, and glances to the Father Khan sitting in the throne with his knuckles just turning white on the sides of the throne. You just gonna take that? Why don't you stand up and tell them off? And there's a very loud silence
Because
again.
he's a coward.
What? Does he need you to tell him what to do now?
Oh, apparently he does.
I don't know. I'm kind of getting really fed up with all of this, to be honest. So much has happened in too many days, and to be honest, I really just want some answers and for stuff to just stop for a bit.
Dr. Kaloum raises a hand as several members of the Scar Concord start to get kind of fidgety and aggressive to silence them, and he turns to you. Well, I'm afraid answers won't be forthcoming, but if it's some quiet time to process the events, then I'm very happy to tell you that that is in your immediate future.
Well, I
And
do have one question for the general, if I might be so bold to ask.
Be bold. You're going to be bold anyways, aren't you?
Probably. I
uh,
just want to know, because as far as we're aware, for the ichor blood to affect us, without us knowing, we have to have died at some point. Was it you who killed me?
do you turn to look at the general?
I do.
As you turn to watch his expression, you have just enough time to register the movement of his arm, and there's a flash of red as he pistol whips you across the temple, and all of you just see red blood this time splurt across the ballroom floor, and you can see Barbarous and the Father Khan both do very sarcastic, like "ooh" kind of motions.
Well,
Well, that
that
wasn't very
as was-
nice.
that answers that.
you feel yourself being pulled up by your collar, and the general speaking like clearly, so all of you can hear. It's not like whispering it in your ear, but speaking very directly and very aggressive. Don't you dare accuse me of doing something like that.
Well, you already killed your own soldier. You can't say you didn't do that.
That had to be done.
Did it?
Soldiers have to be sacrificed in war. I thought you, of all people, would know that. And he throws you back to the ground.
War is not to be made for sacrifice.
So that's what this is. A war.
Not quite yet, but I imagine it will be very shortly if we play our cards right.
Well, just be prepared to lose.
Or
Because I have nothing left to lose.
No.
wait, are you making soldiers like this?
Yes.
Lorcan was.
Lorcan is
Very
dead.
true.
That's the only thing that Lorcan is at this point.
But they're making
But you
more
did it to
like
him anyways. You took something that he had. He wanted something and you used that. He lost his daughter and you used me.
Yes, I did.
I would wager that he would do it again.
Yes, indeed, I
I
would.
swear. I can swear right now that is going to be your biggest mistake, your biggest regret. Doing this to me, bringing me here like this. Doing
Believe
that
me.
to get.
Believe me, even if all of you broke out right now and did whatever unthinkable tortures you could imagine to me, it would not equal the greatest mistake I've ever made. That's why I'm here, to correct it.
Oh,
You are your own
Wait,
mistake.
can you undo your birth?
He kind of gives a bit of a smirk. Unfortunately, my research has not progressed to that point, but credit for the childish insult.
Oh, it was a good question.
There's a moment, 2 moments, and in the distance you can hear the doors of the palace being thrown open. And as you guys glance to look, Gil, you kind of having to shake some of the excess blood away from your eyes. You see Zephyr enter, surrounded on all sides by Geogran soldiers bearing rifles. And after a moment, you see Caleb, the Tebadrins, and Lucifer enter the room.
So how many more are you going to kill?
Yeah, lovely for you guys to join us. Have a seat, why don't you?
That also means that there's summer.
I don't take my eyes off of Kalum, as I'm pretty sure I know. I could probably even feel his presence at this point that he's here. I don't take my eyes off of Kalum. I want to see his face.
Fair enough. Kalum just watches and smiles as the new figures enter. And the general gives a wave just as the soldiers start to kind of breach into the ballroom proper, like away from the outskirts. You're all dismissed. We can take it from here. Go. And the soldiers, looking kind of confused, start to file out.
What, are you going to kill them too, just as their backs are turned?
And Kalum kind of gives a bit of a smile. Unfortunately, we don't have the firepower to do that right now, but...
So
they
you'll
make
do it to one, but not them?
I was going to ask, did the other soldiers notice their dead comrade on the floor?
They were dismissed just as they started entering the ballroom. Basically they brought in everyone and then immediately were dismissed. Basically they all at most would have had time just to give a cursory glance and not really take in any information.
Would they even be able to hear what Raccoon just said?
At most they would have heard it kind of echoing as they start to leave. Whether they do anything with that information or take it in is up to them. Zephyr and Caleb, what would the two of you like to do? The soldiers leave all of you, but Lucifer stands behind you, kind of leaning casually against the doorway as the soldiers file past him, and you can see his mechanical eye roving over the ballroom as you see your father kind of nervously pick himself up, still bearing a few bruises, and kind of glances to the two of you. Okay, we can do this. Just let me do the talking. I'll negotiate.
You're not
What?
going to get anywhere with them.
And what would you negotiate?
We
Everyone,
already have everything.
Zephyr, your
You have
father,
nothing
kind of.
to negotiate with.
Zephyr, your father, kind of pats you on the shoulder. Everyone has their own price. We just need to find it.
Yes,
doubt-
but none of us have
yeah,
it right
'cause I-
now.
I doubt you'll find it.
Caleb is just silent and not even looking at him right now.
Yeah, Lucina is also silent. She's just staring at Dr. Watson.
Okay. For you two siblings' part, they give nods and kind of fall in line behind the queen as your father slowly limps forward. Do the two of you follow?
Sure. I'll watch my father fail.
I think Caleb said no.
Yeah, I saw. And Caleb, as you pause, you feel a kind of jab in your back. Not painful, but just kind of noticeable. And hear Lucifer's voice behind you. Come on, we're almost there. All right. Lucifer kind of gives a shrug, and Caleb, you feel a very skinny and lanky but very firm feeling arm grab under your arms and just hoist you up. And it's basically like an unprepared parent trying to control a toddler, just kind of starts one-armed dragging you, like kind of half lifting, half dragging you into the ballroom.
Caleb will resist, but it's probably not going to matter.
Who knows?
All right. If you're going to resist, then yeah, we'll make a grapple contest.
Let's see.
What happened? You keep cutting out.
You make a
I
grapple
think it's on your end, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What happened? What I missed?
Caleb
Caleb's trying to contest.
Yeah, Lucifer and
carrying
them are
him in.
Contest what?
A grapple contest.
Yeah, they're being grappled.
Oh. For what?
And for you, Caleb, it will be athletics. Lucifer has the choice to use acrobatics as, if he prefers.
I thought if you're escaping from a grapple, it would be acrobatics.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it the other way around? I must have gotten confused.
Oh, isn't he being grappled by them?
Yeah.
So I mean, wouldn't that? Yeah, he would have.
Okay, I got it confused in my head. Sorry. I got a lot of story to work with. And I forgot how the game itself worked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, at least I believe that's how it works.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Caleb, as the arm starts to lift you up, you start wriggling and pushing. And again, the arm is firm, but not like, it's not exactly like beefy and muscular. And with some effort, you manage to pry it off of you and fall back to the ground. And as you turn, you see Lucifer kind of shaking his wrist before twirling his scythe and smiling. Do you want to go for another round?
Without looking away from Dr. Kaloum, I will
Caleb's
say
just-
to Caleb, don't fight him. Trust me.
Caleb, All right, Caleb will walk into the room, but he's still not going to follow his father right up to where he's talking.
Okay. So?
But silence is intentional.
Yeah. So, Zephyr and Caleb, you enter the room, and Tropu and Lucifer kind of nudge for all of you to stand and eventually kneel alongside the rest of your friends, who are all kneeling with the exception of Lucian. And as the two of you fall in line, King Tebedra gives a, as elaborate as he can in his kind of beat up state, twirl of his cane, and opens his mouth. But as soon as his mouth opens, Lucian just kind of cuffs him on the back of the head and places a still glowing, shadowy black hand over the king's scalp. When you're spoken to, and Zephyr kind of glancing back, you see that your mother and siblings are just kind of like balking at being surrounded by nobility and various powerful and influential looking people with having about as much context as Caro has on the whole situation. And speaking of Caro, as you turn to observe the situation, similar to the soldiers, again, because of the separation of the outskirts of the palace, and then there's the outer rim of the ballroom, and then the center of the ballroom itself, you couldn't get a clear view, much like the soldiers look on the outside looking in. But as Lucifer enters, kind of prodding along Caleb, you recognize that scythe. And you want to do anything, or are you just going to kind of register that and continue?
Why do they recognize that scythe?
That's a good question, isn't it?
Like, you bring it up and then
Well, maybe
nothing.
she knows out of
Plot
character
point.
already.
Yeah, like it's a
Yeah,
character thing
character
that they would
background,
understand,
yeah.
but you
Yeah.
guys wouldn't.
Well, it's
Yeah,
it's a character thing.
I
if she
pieced it
rolls.
together, I think.
Caro's gonna stare at him very intensely while the points get put together in her mind.
Yeah, like just the hamster wheel starts running. And Lucifer just kind of running his gauntleted fingers over King Tebedra's scalp. He kind of glances at you and sees you staring at him, and kind of adjusting so that the scythe is leaning against his elbow. He gives you a wave.
How far away is he from me?
The Tebedran family and Lucifer are about 20 feet back from the rest of you, about the same distance where Tropu and Brogdu are pacing the ballroom.
So Carol wants to yell across the room, just hey, shit, I can't do her voice right now.
That's okay. It's D&D. It happens.
Yeah.
Just say what's in your heart.
Yeah, just hey you, where did you get that scythe?
I made it.
Press X to
What'd she say? I cut out.
They asked where Lucifer got the scythe, and Lucifer said that he made it himself.
Yeah, you gotta roll insight.
No. What did Caro say after?
No, they're out of character. They were just making a joke, just making it clear they doubt that.
yeah.
Okay, I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I know internet trouble.
No, but Carol just kind of like stares for a second. Just, have we met before?
Lucifer kind of tilts his head and kind of purses lips, seeming to put like genuine thought into it before slowly shaking his head. I don't think so. I don't think I've seen you anywhere before.
Oh, shit. Like, I don't know if that was in character or not, but like Lucian would probably just mutter to herself, "Little shit."
How long have you been using it?
he kind of pauses and kind of runs his fingers down the length of it, kind of thoughtfully before saying, it's been about 5 years, I think.
As I was in character.
Angry eyes.
Why? Is there somebody who's doing it too?
No.
That would
That's the
really
problem.
put your flame out.
Ooh, Lucifer being unoriginal.
Oh, like Lucifer, Lucian will pipe up at that point and kind of not really like facing away from Kaloum, but kind of drift her eyes towards where she knows Lucifer is and smirk at him. That would really put you out, wouldn't it?
It would. I put a lot of work into this.
Poor baby.
There's a pause, and Lucifer kind of takes his eyes off of you for a moment, Caro, and kind of frowns in Lucian's direction. Are you mad at me?
No,
No.
I'm just this way because I like being, manacled and probably the most powerful people in all of it. No, I'm not mad at you. Yes, I'm mad at you.
Oh, what made you think that? I wonder why.
Caro, looking directly at him, you can see Lucifer kind of wince a bit and kind of start like steepling his hands nervously. And eventually, attention.
I looked up at Lucifer kind of what?
That basically kind of shifts nervously and he's like steepling his fingers. Looks very uncomfortable. It's okay. Again, I know internet trouble. I've been there. And Captain Droop speaks up at this point. All right, everyone's here. Can we get started? I'm eager to see if my math is right. And Kaloum gives a very idle nod and kind of sarcastic wave of the hand. Go for it. Barbarous, it was your idea. Do you want to contribute or... Oh, absolutely not.
Are you scared or something?
He kind of gives a bit of a shrug. No, I'm just acknowledge I'm important to the plan, and they don't need me losing fingers to whatever nasty little booby traps you savages put in your
That
pockets.
sounds like an excuse, and also I don't think your fingers would do anything for them.
It's true.
I mean, unless you were doing something with them for them.
Can we get ready to remove stuff from our inventory?
Even then, I have pretty good, intel that he's not pretty
And yes,
good.
probably.
He's not pretty good with his hands, if you know what I mean.
Well,
How
maybe
do you
not with the
remove
women.
things?
No, not at all with women.
Well,
And you can just click on the item in your inventory, and there should be like a remove or delete button.
Okay, so get ready
and-
to remove your shit, guys.
Although, if you want, you can say that until after the session, so you're not distracted. Queen Wyborn just kind of laughs as you guys kind of bully Barbarous and kind of pats President Aragos on the head. All right, you big baby. Darling, would you mind? And President Aragos gives a very enthusiastic nod and hops off of the throne and cracks her knuckles and wiggles her fingers, seeming very excited to start rifling through. And with that, starting
Well,
at...
I was gonna say, Gil would request. Can I take my own stuff off, please?
You see pretty much everyone stares at you, and Kaloum just like almost like saying it slowly as if you're dumb.
Wait, I like my personal
No.
space.
Good for you. And immediately turns to Captain Droop and President Aragos, as you were. And
He did use that phrasing.
and Captain Droop and President Aragos, Lucian, starting with you, start to just take everything that isn't your clothes off of your person.
Excuse me, you will not. No. Look, I have got two of these. I've got one for Mizana. You can have that because that is what I use for my focus.
Wait, are they taking the clothes too, or?
Not everything
your
but
clothes.
the clothes.
I
They
Okay.
said strip
I have
search,
this
but they
other
didn't mean
focus.
strip
I have
search.
like this I have this other, shitty thing, and it just kind of like dangles the Shiva. Yeah, she dangles it.
Hands are bound behind
She can go like this.
Can I?
Whatever. Anyways, she just kind of like whatever.
Shows it off, yeah.
She kind of like gestures at it vaguely with her face, I guess. And she's like, "This is just to get people to like me. You know how my family is, right?"
Kaloum kind of glances Lucifer's way. Indeed, I do. And he glances to Captain Droop and President Aragos. And President Aragos just kind of gives a bit of a shrug and, I'm just following orders. And Captain Droop, though, you can immediately feel their very rough hands start kind of rubbing over the focus. And you can hear them as they're right next to you say to themselves, focus would probably go for quite a lot. And they start pulling to take it off of you.
Oh, you mean the Shiva one, not the Marzana one?
Yeah.
I kind of look at them and I say, who wants a Shiva one? I've got a Marzana one. That one is probably way much more, pricey.
Hey, while they're
This
while
one
they're
is probably
doing
not
this,
worth anything. It's definitely not worth anything to me,
while they're doing that and slightly distracted, can I sleight of hand my penny whistle into my mouth?
I will say you can try, but I'm going to give you disadvantage because you're still, tied. So, you're going to be trying to do this while a bunch of eyes are in the room and your hands are restricted.
Well, I can also see about doing it without my hands and just duck down and just since my teeth are sharp, just kind of bite through the leather that's holding
That would
it.
still be tricky to pull off again in a room full of 20 plus observers. So
Not if
again,
I just hunched into a little ball into myself.
Yeah, still, you're the hunched into a ball, and then you can't speak
okay.
after it.
Let me do my rolls.
Does he respond to me?
No, he seems much more focused on the
Okay, so
religious iconography itself.
that is a
Let's take both.
18 plus 3, and then the second one is that is a 19 plus 3. So
Okay. So
that's a 21 for the 18.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Raccoon, you watch carefully, and Lucian, for you, if I remember correctly, you keep the Marzana icon around your chest, but the Shiva one on your ankle. You feel the chain that connects it to your ankle snap as Droop pulls it roughly off of your leg, and as Aragos takes your pack and other belongings off, you don't see it as they're behind you when they do this, but you can hear Droop just grab the pack roughly out of the Dark Elf's hands, and as they step back into your view, they're just looking over everything they took off of you and just looking down at it, clutched tightly in their hands and just licking their lips, and you can almost see their eyes glittering as they mentally count the value of everything they just took off of you.
If you're sure you want to take that, it's probably worthless next to the one that's around my neck.
Thinking to myself,
This is my focus. Whatever that is around my ankle, I don't know. I use that to make people like me. And if you want to, you can make me keep it as a personal fuck you.
You see Kaloum just kind of raise an eyebrow and glance to Captain Droop, who genuinely doesn't even seem to be the moment he has loot in his hands, you can see that everything else in the world has gone just completely away into his personal bubble as he just looms over the loot he grabbed, like a dragon just nesting on their hoard.
Yeah.
He really is gonna turn into a dragon.
Hello, listen to me. That thing is worthless, you dumb. I'm trying to give you the thing that you want. You want money, don't you?
I mean,
I don't think it's necessarily the items that he is thinking has worth. It's the memories behind them, maybe.
No, he
Just
wants,
taking them away.
He wants money. If he wants money, he
No, I'm
he
gonna
needs
point
to
out that
have
he was ordered to
a
do
magical
this.
focus. And the magical focus is probably worth a lot of money. That thing in his hands is not worth anything. This one on
But-
my chest is.
but is that also magic focus? So would it be the
He was
same?
Well,
ordering
it is, but they
everything
don't know
off
that.
of you.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's gonna take it whether it's valuable or not, because that's what he was ordered to do.
Maybe if I'm lucky.
Yeah, and also you've been deceiving him this entire time. Trying to deceive
Have I?
him.
Have I?
Yes, you're saying that's
Have I?
worthless to you. You've been saying that's worthless to you.
Yeah, I know, but have I?
Wait, what?
And after a moment, President Ericos actually has to snap her fingers in front of the bugbear's face, and he kind of shakes his head and looks around. And the dark elf just kind of gives a bit of a snicker and pats him on the back. Come on, big guy. We still got a few more people to go through. And the captain looks almost like a kid in a candy store and places down Lucian's items almost reverently onto the floor and kind of does that hand motion of like stay put before turning away and moving next
I really
to
hate stupid people.
People, I mean,
and moves next to Gil. And similar to Lucian, Gil, you feel hands just start to rifle through your pockets, your sleeves, and taking your pack off and like checking what's in it. You rolling with it, or is there any deception you want to try to get away with, similar to Raccoon?
yeah, well,
No, I'm actually pretty good. If he wants to take all the stuff off and make me lighter, so be it.
yeah, well, I guess while he does that,
Well, I
I'm
was gonna say, does he find my money pouch in my pants?
Probably.
He's probably searching everywhere, so I mean,
I know, but this was like in my pants next to my crotch.
right, man.
So does he
What's-
check there?
Yeah, they are giving you a full pat down, checking every pocket, and the moment it's something's there that shouldn't be, seeming almost completely oblivious to the potential social connotations or awkwardness, the captain immediately, almost like ripping the cloth apart, yanks the money pouch out, and as he opens it and looks inside, starts like hopping up and down excitedly, and immediately like I say skitters, but it's just like this big lumbering figure that like toddles away like a large toddler and places the money bag on top of Lucian's pack and just licking his lips and steepling his fingers before returning to help President Ergos secure the rest of the belongings.
Yeah, well, while he's distracted with the others, I'm gonna try to hide my ring of protection.
Okay. Any particular way you want to go about that? You don't have to flavor it, just like if you want to. And if it's particularly clever, I may make it a bit easier on you.
I know. I think where they don't check. I will
Well, nowhere
actually.
you can get it.
Well, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna actually put it under my foot. Because I'm gonna be. I'll put it under my foot. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Make me a sleight of hand check. Just keep your result in mind, and we'll get to you in just a second.
Could I have some clarification? Do I have the one around my neck still, or no?
Yeah, like basically, since you didn't make the effort to hide anything, basically everything that except for your clothes was taken. Captain, if the captain believes you that your Jiva medallion is worthless, he either doesn't agree with that assessment or is similar to what Hunter was pointing out, is just following the order to the letter.
Okay.
So, Raccoon, as they're kind of swapping over to Gil and like rifling through his belongings, you perform this maneuver to just basically almost swallow your slide whistle, but just kind of adjusting it so that you're not at actual risk of swallowing it. And as you stand up,
it's small enough to fit under my tongue.
and you look up. Nobody Well, it's a goblin one, and slider whistles are actually fairly small when they're not like unwound, so I'll allow that. Especially because it's been described as very high pitched, so it's likely very small anyway. As you stand back up, it seems like nobody's noticed, but you could be wrong on that. But as it stands, basically, talking or opening your mouth may pose a risk of exposing it. So do bear that in mind. Gil, your belongings are taken off of you, and Captain Droop just reverently starts adding them to this ever-growing loot pile, like all of your swords and weapons placed on top. Almost like he's just forming this little dragon horde right there in the ballroom, even though he's almost definitely going to have to move them in like a few minutes.
Gil's going to say, be careful with that sword. It's very expensive and very valuable.
Captain Drew,
More
I'm
expensive.
going to get that back later.
More expensive.
He's gonna be ecstatic when he comes to me.
Speaking of which, Zephyr, how did your sleight of hand go?
I got a dirty 20.
Nice. A horrible gremlin little 20.
And
All right.
also, when he comes up to me, I'm actually just going to get my pouch, my money pouch, and I'm going to just hand it to him.
Captain Droop and President Argos kind of look at you very surprised. And they almost stare at it like they're expecting a trap before Droop kind of caves in first and just snags it out of your hand and gives you a nod before immediately toddling away to add it to the loot pile.
What did you take?
He took my gold pouch, 539 gold.
Oh, the
And
one
you're
that
also gonna have
Gil's
to get
always
rid of all
after.
your gold. Basically, everything goes. Everything on your
Yeah, fire
is
sale.
gone.
And for the sake of brevity, because the actual process is going to be the same for everyone, does anyone want to try any maneuvers to hide items similar to Zephyr and Raccoon?
Some
Or
Caleb was gonna
Well, I'm
say-
out, so.
So basically, Karo and Zephyr and Caleb, Caleb.
yeah.
I had something Caleb was gonna say while the guy was searching him.
Well,
Okay, so I'll flavor what them searching you, so you can do that. Caro, do you have anything you want to do or hide, either while they're searching you or like beforehand?
Everything would be pretty obvious, but Kuro's gonna just like whenever they do search her, just wait.
Okay. All right, so both of you have dialogue for when you're being searched. So
Yeah.
all right, Zephyr, as they're transitioning from Gil to search you, you very cleverly slide the ring off your finger, and in this very swift, practiced motion that if your father noticed it, he'd be very proud of you, you flick the ring to the ground, but immediately just plant your foot on it before it bounces, and there is a very slight metallic sound, but you manage to time it with one of Gil's swords being dragged across the floor by the captain, so it kind of blends in with the environmental noise. Similar to Raccoon, you feel like you probably got away with that.
I have a feeling that maybe we didn't.
Yes.
All right.
I wouldn't be shocked if one of them has like a passive perception that just made
Well,
them
there's
instantly see
also
that.
Lucifer who has the eye.
Yeah, I
to
was
see
gonna
through
say, to be
anything.
fair, there is behind you an elf who can see through anything. So,
I was gonna point that out.
Including your foot.
Probably.
Even my mouth?
Probably.
Yeah,
Possibly.
yeah, like he can see through the back of his own head. There's no reason that he couldn't see into yours.
Mhm.
I mean, he hasn't
you
done
see
anything
my little
yet, so-
goblin brain.
You can
Caleb,
see all your cavities too.
No.
Hey,
as-
Raccoon has some nice teeth. How dare you? Lorcan
I'm
made
just
her
remembering
blush.
whenever the party first met Raccoon, and you made it very clear that Raccoon's entire mouth situation is just awful.
No. She just has like a shit ton of very sharp teeth. That's it. They're not nasty.
Fair enough.
It's a little sharp.
Caleb,
Here it comes.
as Zephyr's search is finished, and Zephyr, to your surprise, President Aragos actually kind of pats you on the shoulder. And kind of gives you a nod, kind of silently giving you props for being basically rolling with the situation as far as she can tell. And next they move to Caleb, and again process is physically the same for
As
everyone.
he's like searching Caleb. Caleb's just like, "Hey, careful where you put your hands. I'm pretty sure that's illegal in some kingdoms."
The captain, the captain doesn't comment on it, but you can hear President Aragos kind of give a little chuckle.
I just wanted to make a joke because everybody else was making jokes.
Might as well. Similar to the others, your inventory is added to the growing loot pile. And
here we go. Collect, remove.
I want to see the bugbear try to
I
carry
would
all
take a
this.
picture of all your stuff first,
Well, to be fair, he should just have the starting inventory, so he could always just add that back. But it's
already started, so
yeah. I mean, it's up to you guys, really, like how you want to go about it.
I'll at least note what my weapons were.
Mhm.
That's the most important part.
And finally, they come to Raccoon. Raccoon, since you've already done your business, they start to take everything else. They
do they try to take my sash?
that counts as clothing, so they don't seem concerned with it.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Do they take the 2 suckers that Dr. Kaloum gave me?
Yeah, they do take everything that's items. They're just not. They're leaving you guys with the clothes on your backs per Barbaros's request, but everything else is being taken, unless you made the active effort to hide it from them.
It's not a literal strip search.
Yeah.
Can I ask to keep the suckers? Dr. Kaloum gave them to me. Can I keep them, please? But in like a little pitiful, like tiny mouse voice.
How did he get my thing off of my ankle? He had to like take my boot off, and I'm standing up.
I will point out it specifies in the player's handbook your focus has to be exposed for you to be able to use it.
Oh, that's true. Well,
so
I mean,
it would have had to be high enough up on your leg for them to be able to see it.
That's true. Okay.
I didn't have any real extra items, so
yeah, that's why I said you should be fine because it's just the starting inventory, but for the most part,
money's gone.
Captain Droop doesn't seem to pay much attention to you, Raccoon. However, President Aragos kind of glances down and kind of almost gets like a somewhat like pitiful look and glances to Kaloum, who gives a bit of a shrug.
All Caleb can do is an unarmed strike that does 0 damage.
And President Aragos looks to Kaloum, who kind of frowns and turns to Barbarous. I understand you're paranoid after your previous failures, but unless you're expecting them to make a shiv out of lollipops. And you can see Barbarous kind of frown like he's legitimately contemplating that might be the case, but Kaloum ignores him and steps forward to Captain Droop and holds out a hand. Those can remain with them. And Captain Droop turns very slowly to Kaloum, and Kaloum just kind of snaps his fingers and kind of shakes them.
Taking clothes because Caleb would have actually fought them over his clothes.
I mean, that's valid.
I would have fought over my sash.
Oh yeah, a lot of valuables among clothing, and the two just kind of stare each other down, and finally Kaloum speaks up. I said I'll be having those back. Kaloum kind of steps away from him and clutches the lollipops to his chest.
How much is he gonna make off lollipops?
Well, this is not Kaloum.
He's just greedy.
Kaloum, something I think, is not the one doing all the searches, right?
Yeah, it's a Captain Droop, and but like his point is like since you guys are going off of the idea that he's going to sell all this stuff, yeah, like that is a fair question. How much could he reasonably make off of lollipops? But
take our armor too, I assume.
Yeah, again, everything that's not your clothing they took off of you.
Caleb's armor class dropped 1, so he must have had some kind of armor.
Yeah, everyone starts with armor.
Except
well, yeah, you're a barbarian, so you have your own defense.
Yeah, I think you still start with armor. You just don't use it? Oh no,
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
a shield.
But yeah, Caro, as you kind of watch, your kind of silent guess does seem to hold true as Kaloum kind of snaps his fingers aggressively, and Captain Droop steps back even further. They're mine! And Kaloum kind of gives a smirk. Technically, they're mine, and I gave them away. Well, that was your mistake. I'm keeping them now.
Getting into a fight about those.
Fighting
Lollipop.
King Caleb's gonna actually say, are they actually fighting over candy?
Seems like it. They stare at
You
each
cut
other.
out.
Actually says
You
that.
cut out after he said that he's keeping them.
Yeah, basically Caleb commented that, like, are they seriously fighting over candy? There's another pause, and finally Kaloum rolls his eyes and pulls several platinum coins from his pocket and kind of walks them along his fingers, and you can see the captain's eyes start to follow them almost reflexively as he displays them between his fingers. 5 platinum for the candy. Sound fair, good captain?
Doesn't sound at all fair.
There's a moment,
I don't think I've
and
ever seen a platinum.
there's a moment, and the captain, almost like a child reluctant to give away their favorite toy, starts to slowly hold the 2 lollipops out, and Kaloum tosses the platinum coins into the air, and the captain just shoves the candy into his hand and starts to go to catch the coins. And Kaloum just kind of casually twirls the lollipops between his fingers before holding them out to you, Raccoon. Consider it a final gift for being such a good patient all these years.
That
I
bastard.
take them. I take them from him. A evil-looking smirk on my face, like all teeth, just all teeth. None of it reaching my eyes. And I say, "You are very welcome, Dr. Watson."
Kaloum smiles and pats you on the head. Good girl. And turns as Captain Droop just starts like fumbling to hold all the coins and starts just like putting them like in this neat little tower next to the loot pile. Just like almost becoming like aggressively almost like Gollum-esque in his movements, like just like slinking around the loot pile, making sure it's all like displayed properly. Just similar again, almost just like tune out the world around him, and Aragos has to snap his fingers. Come on, we got one more. And the captain looks excited and immediately, like, Kara, you're almost concerned he's going to bowl you over as he runs toward you to help the Dark Elf with your search. And behind you, you can hear Garrow kind of like...
dragon syndrome mechanic in D&D?
Not normally, but...
Probably throw a wrench in their plans if this guy turned into a dragon.
Caro, you can hear Garrow kind of like making a low rumbling sound behind you as the 2 search you. Since you didn't hide anything, they start just taking everything that isn't your clothes off your person, but you did say you had some dialogue as they're searching you.
Yeah. Just wait. And she like she points to the small drum that they took from her. She's like, can I?
You get out one more time.
She says she wants to keep the drum.
Well, I picked that up, just like the dialogue cut out a little bit, so I figured I'd give them a chance to say what they were saying. I think their internet might have puttered out. And Discord is particularly uncooperative tonight. Very unfortunate time for it.
Discord's always uncooperative.
That's valid, but
like, I'm pretty sure that's just
Some nights more so than others.
yeah.
That's just its resting state is being uncooperative.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's cooperative for me.
Well, I will take this opportunity to say I do apologize for just this situation in general. Just for him. Like, again, it's kind of the way things it's the way the cookie crumbled.
I mean, besides like again base items, the only thing of somewhat value was the ring that he hid.
Mm. I'm more just like I don't want it to feel like I'm just like shooting you guys in the foot just for the fuck of it. It's just to be fair, they gave you the courtesy of not strip searching you last time, and you guys almost drowned a king. So
I would have done it too.
I would have done it too if it weren't for you meddling nobles.
Yeah, exactly.
No one really understands what strip search means.
Well, you know what I mean. It just gets across the idea that it's thorough.
We gotta keep it PG for the kids.
Yeah.
I think we're
It's
go
not like
past
it's a
that.
visual medium.
But Twitch guidelines, plus moral standards. Caro, what were you saying again before your internet puttered?
Crow just points to the small drum that they have in their hands. It's just, and get one last time.
Oh.
The captain kind of growls a bit, but President Ergos just kind of like almost like backhandedly slaps him in the very broad chest, and yanks the drum away, and kind of narrows her eyes before kind of nodding
No
slowly.
funny business.
Kind of gives you a nod. Fine, but keep your mouth shut and no funny hand movements.
Okay.
And she carefully places the drum at your feet.
Turns out Kara has like an ability they could do with the drum to teleport somewhere.
Yes, teleport at level 3.
And Caro, as the drum is deposited at your feet, you see Kaloum and the general both ready their pistols, and you can actually see Barbarous placing his adjustable hilt onto one of his blades and just kind of readying it.
Oh, she played a little tune.
I'll say for the hell of it, make me a performance check.
Where are my dice? Shit.
Roll that dice.
And I'm not legitimately trying to be mean, but given that your hands are bound, I'm gonna have to give you disadvantage on playing a drum with your hands bound.
All I'm imagining is like a little
bang, bang, head bangs it.
Yeah, they would have been funny if every time someone says something
Will you
funny,
stop biting me?
Kara, every time they said something funny, Kara just goes, "Boom."
But they don't have a symbol, so it's just ba-bum.
Or
Like,
just
they
No,
clap
it's
the
Bubum
side
and
of
then
the
raccoon hissing in the background. But
okay, there
Just
we
a-
go.
They click.
Sorry.
No, they do the thing where they click the side of the drum.
Yeah, fair enough.
One moment.
Go for it.
Uh, 11. I got a 20 in the first roll, and I'm sad about it.
Sorry.
Why you gotta be an asshole, Matthew?
Okay.
Middle of the road.
Yeah, Caro, you start going into the motions to play just a familiar, somber, fitting tune. And it is difficult, but you do manage to recognizably play it. It's just understandably a little clumsy with your hands bound. But you can actually see a few of the nobles in particular kind of just nodding their heads along to it before the small little tune ends.
Some entertainment while we take everything these people own and probably lock them in a metal box or something.
Mm-hmm.
Happens.
Yeah.
pulling a Skyrim jail guard.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, you guys are going to be put into this mysterious containment unit, and there's going to be some fucking NPC. You're finally awake.
Oh my god, I'll die.
No, where does the dragon come in at?
give me
Turns
time.
out that we've been out for like
Give
a
it
while,
time.
and then Like by the time we woke up, the bugbear has turned into a dragon.
Maybe. This could all be very clever
Yeah.
foreshadowing.
Alduin has attacked.
So,
What's the bugbear's name again?
Captain Droop.
Captain Droop has attacked.
No, it's Alduin now.
Droop
President Argos gives you a kind of pleasant smile, Caro, and gives you a nod and kind of glares as the moment the tune finishes and you take your hands off the drum, Captain Droop just snags it and clutches it to his chest.
Be careful.
God
I have
damn.
poisonous skin.
poisoned. Is that going to be our?
No, he didn't make direct con. He just snagged the drum away like the moment Caro's hands were off of it.
It's like that's like our opportunity.
Yeah.
Throw Carol at people.
Hey, let's do get help. Captain Droop.
Maybe they'll actually be on our level if they're sickened.
Maybe. Captain
That'll
Droop
bring them down the size.
reverently adds Caro's drum to the loot pile, and Kaloum kind of crosses his arms and leans back, looking over everyone, and snaps his fingers. Lucifer, one final search. Make sure we didn't miss anything. And Lucian, after a moment, you see your brother finally step into view, but still not making direct eye contact with you.
I'm
As he,
staring at that bitch.
Caro is also staring.
They look very similar.
Going from the left of the group to the right, starting at Caro, Lucifer stops and his eye just roves over you, and you can see the pupil expanding and contracting rapidly as he gets to your scalp and gives a nod before moving to Caleb, doing the same thing. He moves to Zephyr, and Zephyr, you watch his eye carefully, and you see his eye stop for a brief second at your foot before it kind of quickly darts up to look you in the eye, and he kind of gives a very small smile and moves on without saying anything.
Ooh.
Ooh.
He is a good guy.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Entertaining if you try to use that.
Gil, he does the same to you. He gets to you, Raccoon, and similar to Zephyr, the eye goes up to your head. You see the eye rapidly expand, and then it contracts so that he, presumably so he can see normally. Similar to Zephyr, he gives a very almost imperceptible smile, and you can see that you almost get the idea that he's holding back a laugh, but he composes himself and gives you a very quick nod before silently moving finally at the end of the line to
I'm going to
Lucian.
give him like a teeny tiny grin. Teeny tiny thankful smile.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah,
unless he
yeah.
says something afterwards.
Yeah.
Lucian, finally forced to look directly at you. You watch as your brother, just trying to, like, hands behind his back and trying to stay professional, scans your body up and down with a mechanical eye, but his organic one finally looks you directly in the face.
When he looks at me, I want to say, in Celestial, I thought you loved me.
He responds back in Celestial, I do, and that's why I'm doing this.
Turn off, you.
Insight.
Go for it.
Okay, what is my modifier?
The modifier.
What is that?
Insight is wisdom.
13?
Okay. Looking at him, he seems guilty, but he does seem to genuinely believe that what he's doing is in your best interests. Whether he's just a good liar or actually thinks that is hard to tell.
I'm going to reply in Celestial. My head on your hands.
Lucifer kind of clicks his tongue and responds in Celestial. The last thing he says before turning away. You don't understand yet, but you will, and I won't let them hurt you. And as he turns away, he gives a nod and says to Kaloum in common, all clear. And Kaloum gives a very broad smile. Excellent. Well, let's move on to the next step. Tropu, would you mind going ahead of us and making sure everything's set up? And Tropu gives a very sarcastic nod. Of course.
Before he goes, Lucian will finally tear her gaze off of her brother and to Watson. You know, it's actually kind of funny that you took all of our stuff. You know, you must be really scared of us that you did that.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. I think it would be in your best interest to remember that it was not my idea to do this. It was Barbaros's.
I already know that he is scared of me. And I'll look at Barbarous and smirk evilly at him.
Barbarous just kind of like crinkles his nose, but your gaze turns back to Kaloum as he gives a smirk. Believe me, even with everything you have, you're not a threat to me. Not even altogether.
I don't reply.
That sounds like something a coward would say.
He kind of gives a shrug of the shoulders. You can think of me whatever you like. Your childish attempts to break us and get us to confess everything isn't going to work.
Nah,
Well,
we're
you
just
can confess
entertaining
everything.
Don't be
ourselves.
dull.
Gil's
Why
just
would
gonna
we
be
need
quiet.
you for that?
He's not gonna say anything. He's just ready to get this over with.
Oh, finally.
Y'all have been saying the most of this stuff, so I don't want to hear anything about. Oh, finally.
You're talking from last session.
Yeah, like last session was all talk, you know.
Kaloum turns to Captain Droop. Good Captain, would you mind? And he cuts off as you guys watch as the captain is just like almost gargoyle like perched over all of your items and just like running his hands over like Gil's swords, and he picks up one of Caleb's needles and kind of gently runs a finger down it, and you can see some of your sister's poison come off of it, and he kind of runs his fingers along it and kind of sniffs, kind of almost like a child finding something in the dirt, and Kaloum just kind of raises an eyebrow. Never mind. My queen, and he turns to Queen Wyborn. Would you and President Aragos mind, and he gestures to Zephyr and Caleb. And Queen Wyborn gives a shrug. Of course, I'd be happy to. And very almost slinks cat-like off of the arm of the Father Khan's throne and starts to strut her way towards the two rogues. And at this, finally, the two of you hear your father speak up. That shouldn't be necessary. They're with me. And finally, the Scar Concord's attention turns to the Tebadrons. And Kaloum kind of gives what all of you now recognize as a very sinister smile as he steps past all of you towards the Tebadrons. Oh yes, I almost forgot. And he pats King Tebadra's head casually and kind of drums his fingers along the man's scalp. Your assets that we trusted you with have been very helpful. And you can see his grip on the king's hair tighten, and you can see Zephyr and Caleb, your father, kind of wince in pain, and you can see your mother like reach for one of her rapiers, but not actually like making a move. And Kaloum finally lets go. However, I was told that you made a very interesting offer. And he turns by the shoulders forcibly the two of you's father towards to look directly at you. And Kaloum kneels down similar to how he had done when making his first deal with you, Zephyr, as he speaks into the king's ear. Now, is that a deal you still want to propose in front of everyone? Your children's life for your own? There's a silence.
Like not even looking at him. He's still
You're far away.
Yeah, we can hear him now.
I'm good.
Why are we yelling? You're far away.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Well, Austin and I keep him turned up, so it was able to pick up on stream at least. He was just not looking at the king. And Kaloum gives a smile as the silence stretches on before finally the king says, What do you want in exchange for my safety? Kaloum gives a smile. There we go. What is it you like to say? Everything has a price? And he steps up and puts his hands on his hips. I'll tell you what, King Tabedra. You know I'm a man of my word. And the king glances up to him. I have no idea who you are. And Kaloum smirks. That's the idea. So you're just going to have to take my word on that. And you can see the king kind of crinkle his nose at kind of immediately recognizing how backwards that logic is, but not being willing to question it to his face. As Kaloum smiles and says, if you'll exchange your life for theirs, we'll let them go. And you can immediately the whole Scar Concord Sans Captain Droop starts erupting in protest, especially Dr. Knight. And like the complaints and yelling are kind of lost, especially in the echo of the ballroom. But Kaloum holds up a hand and they all slowly fall silent. So what's it going to be? There's a silence.
What was the deal?
Basically, if he gives himself up in you and Zephyr's place, he'll let the two of you go. And judging by the Scar Concord's reaction, he seems like he means it.
So it's probably not.
He absolutely is not going to do that.
That's why he's offering it. He knows he's not going to.
He wouldn't offer something he would have to give up.
And sure enough, as the silence stretches on, your father sighs a deep sigh, and as he looks at the two of you, Zephyr, you know this look. Caleb, you never went out in the field with your father, but you've heard stories of this expression, but Zephyr, you've seen it in person. That cold, selfish calculation, face completely devoid of the fatherly affection he always held when dealing with you guys, as he gives a nod. Do what you have to do.
Shame on you.
Kaloum smiles and pats the side of the king's cheek. Very good. Survival of the fittest, isn't that true? And he snaps his fingers, and Caleb, you and Zephyr are pulled forward by your arms as Queen Wyborn and President Ergo start to manacle you guys up as the others had been. And Gil, you look at Summer, who's just staring at King Tabedra, almost incredulous. Her brother.
Just like, so the king shows his real colors.
Yeah, I would like to say, I would look at Summer and say, I told you so.
Summer kind of takes a step back and almost like, judging from just her pale expression, seems like she just wants nothing more than to run out of the room. But as she turns, Kaloum grabs her by the arm and pulls her back and gives a smile. Oh, it's not as bad as it looks. Your father's a smart man. He knows that his life is more valuable than that of anything else. It's that sort of mindset of someone who accomplishes great things.
Is what you view yourself as?
He gives a bit of a smile, and it's one of those smiles that visibly doesn't reach his eyes. I live in the service of others. I'm a doctor, after all.
Yeah, that's what you keep on telling me, but, somehow I, don't believe it. If you were a doctor, you would help us.
Are you sick?
You tell me, doctor.
I suppose I'll have to conduct a thorough examination, assuming you survive what comes next. And he pats King Tabedra on the head and lets go of Summer. And as he walks away from the Tabedran family, the queen, for her part, just kneels down to make sure that the king is okay. And Loop just, you can see him almost, Zephyr, as the one who kind of spent the most time with him. You see your brother just kind of take a deep, steadying breath, and just the expression of someone who, I knew this was going to happen. I wasn't looking forward to it, but I gotta, hold it together. And he watches you and Caleb, and you can see just a deep, genuine empathy, but understanding that the situation is kind of against all of you. As Kaloum opens his arms in a very sarcastic, celebratory movement. I think after a display like that, the Tebadrians are ready to move up in the world. And you see the king kind of brighten visibly and smile. And Kaloum nods to Queen Wyborn. Once you're finished with those two, while we're dealing with everything upstairs, see to it that the Tebadrians are properly acquainted with Our Lady. Queen Wyborn.
Why do I have a random feeling we're never going to see them again?
Queen Wyborn gives a very broad, like almost cat-like smirk. I'll see it done, Doctor. And Zephyr and Caleb, as the two of you are manacled, betrayed by your father one final time, President Aragos starts to essentially wrap fresh manacles to manacle each of you to each other. So like you're manacled separately, but then your manacles are then manacled to the next set.
So we're in a chain gang now.
Yeah. For
a line of clinks.
For visualization purposes, so that you guys know like who's immediately near you, going from the back to the front of the chain gang, it's Zephyr, Caleb, Gil, Caro, Raccoon, Lucian.
Oh, is this the new name of our party now, the Chain Gang?
Maybe.
Chain gang.
I'm down for it.
And Kaloum places a hand on his waist and says, I think we've given Mr. Bigcock enough time. Captain Droop, are you going to be joining us, or... And Captain Droop is now like almost like lounging on you guys' inventory and like staring at Caro's crossbow and kind of running his hands along it. Does not even look at Dr. Kaloum. Yeah, about what I expected. All right. And he snaps his fingers, and everyone, with the exception of Queen Wyborn and Captain Droop, stand at attention. Come on. With that, Kaloum himself approaches you, Lucian, and goes to tug on your manacles, but Lucifer steps between the two of you. Let me do it. And Kaloum kind of raises an eyebrow. If you insist. And Lucifer smiles at him before gently taking your hands, Lucian, and kind of tugging you gently to lead you and the rest of the party by extension to follow the Scar Concord.
All right, Matthew, is this where you're gonna cliffhanger us?
No, we still got time.
Oh, thank God.
I'll swallow and can I insight Lucifer?
Sure, but what are you trying to like?
How do I want to phrase this? Does he seem
Sincere.
Sincere to what he's like, what he's supposed to be doing?
So basically, you're seeing if he's genuinely committed to what he's currently doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Make an insight check.
Okay. Don't fuck.
I guess because of what he said earlier.
Don't fuck.
Oh yeah, insight can be used for
Oh
this.
my God! You will not believe me. Look, Jeremy. Look.
You can say nat 20.
Nat
20.
Nat 20, I win.
Lucian.
I'm shaking.
Lucian, you force your head to clear, and again for now the second time since this whole thing went down, you look your brother in the eyes as he looks into yours, and you know this expression, having grown up with him. Your brother was always a schemer, always getting his hands into a cookie jar of some sort or another. Mm-hmm. But he was always involved in those with a certain level of humor, always getting involved in these schemes because he could, for no actual reason. Then let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You very rarely have seen this look on his face before. It is a look that you most recently associate with the death of a loved one. A look of genuine, unshakable sincerity and belief in what is currently happening. Here you can tell, looking at his face, he's not necessarily happy about it, but he 100% to his core believes that this has to happen for one reason or another. You can't necessarily tell why.
I will say to him in Celestial, "You're right. I don't understand. And I don't think I ever will."
Lucifer sighs, and as he kind of, under the guise of pulling you forward, moves so that he can sort of indirectly hug you without making it obvious that's what he's doing, and whispers in Celestial in your ear, "I promise you will, soon."
My whole body is stiff as he's hugging me. I'm not returning the gesture.
He steps away with a very deep, sorrowful expression, but steels his resolve and starts to pull you, to pull the chain gang, to follow the Scar Concord as they start to gather and head upstairs. You guys are led up the stairs to the second floor that some of you had some family engagements during the night of the ball. You're then led up to the third floor, which appears to currently be under construction, as it appears somewhat shallow and unfinished and not very many decorations. However, you're surprised when there doesn't appear to be any stairs to go further up, but Kaloum pulls a small, almost like remote-esque device from his pocket and presses a button on it. And
I would like to duck and try to cover Lucian's head if I can to get up there. I got a feeling I know what's happening.
Okay. Bear in mind you're a couple people back in the chain gang. So,
I know. I'm still trying.
I mean, yeah, it's like harmless, so I'll allow it. Lucian Gill kind of covers your head as there's a of steam, and from the ceiling of the top floor, a small circular platform starts to descend.
Oh, I was sure it was explosive.
With all of them up here?
You would be surprised.
No.
Raccoon's kind of just wide-eyed at this, like, contraptions. He's never seen such a thing.
Yeah, like none of you have seen something like this before. As this circular platform descends to fit snugly into the kind of center of the construction equipment on the top of the third floor. And Lucifer kind of tugs you, Lucian, for all of you to stand with the Scar Concord on the platform. And once you're all standing atop it, he hits the button again, and there's another of steam. And this time, as the platform starts getting pulled back up, you guys can actually hear the kind of of gears grinding and straining as the platform is pulled back up. And Gil and Zephyr especially, but all of you can, of course, give your own independent reactions. I just know the two of you well enough to say for sure. Your eyes immediately go wide and you almost instinctively start wanting to drool as you find yourself surrounded by gold and jewels and treasures in just piles gathered all around. Just this massive collection of treasure and valuables.
You probably don't want your bugbear friend to know
Nice.
this.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Kaloum kind of gives a bit of a chuckle. I doubt even he would be so bold as to violate our deal that strongly. Although, yes, we've had to take precautions to keep him out. And he kind of gives a bit of a chuckle. I'll be sure to pass on your regards to the Father Khan. And he starts to lead all of you forward with Lucifer still tugging on Lucian at the front of the chain gang, and leads you down a winding path through the gold and treasure. And eventually you find yourself at another set of stairs. being pulled up these stairs now. You find yourself in a simple hallway, very humble and clearly recently built, given its much less glamorous setup. Similar to the third floor, it's not like makeshift. It's clearly built sturdily, but like it doesn't have the same glamour to it that the Father Con typically puts on his belongings. And as you guys are led down this hallway, there is a steel, almost bank vault looking door. It even has the like steel turner to it, which Kaloum gives a very grunting pull to, and it starts to spin. And with another of steam, the door begins to swing open. And you find yourself in a similar to the hallway, very humble but sturdy looking room with nothing in it, just a simple square room, with the exception of a almost battery shaped steel silo, for lack of a better word. Unremarkable looking. However, the things that catch your attention immediately are two vent-like structures on opposite sides of it. The Scar Concord's emblem emblazoned on the front, and another tumbler lock on the top of it that seems like it would pull open almost like a submarine. And Kaloum gives a whistle, and there's a kind of clanking of gears, and you see Tropu and Brogdu step out from behind this device. And Kaloum gives a bit of a shrug. Is it ready? And Tropu kind of gives an impatient snort. As ready as it's going to be under a very much more crunchy timetable. And Kaloum kind of gives a bit of a smirk. I trust your craftsmanship, Mr. Bicock. And he gestures, if you would. Tropu kind of rolls his eyes and almost like half pats, half smacks Brogdu. Would you please? And Brogdu kind of gives a very quick nod, much more different than the serious and down-to-earth goblin you had spoken to at the ball, Raccoon, as he seems very obedient and quiet and careful. Brogdu climbs up to the top of this battery-like silo and cranks the tumbler before pulling the hatch off, again opening almost like a jar or submarine. And with that, Kaloum smiles and approaches it before leaning against it. Well, after you.
How are we supposed to climb that? Our hands are tied.
You won't. And he snaps his fingers, and Lucian, a bit more roughly, but just out of necessity, Lucifer drags you forward and starts to climb up to the top of the silo, and you're almost like just by your wrists pulled up along with him. And Lucifer kind of gargoyle-like perching on the rim of this silo, kind of glances at all of you. I think I can lift all of them in here, but we're probably going to want to put the tiger in first. And Kaloum kind of glances to Garrow. Suppose that's a good point. And he turns his gaze to you, Caro. I was told that you're in charge of this?
Yes.
He gives a gesture, if you would.
Garrow, can you,
So just mechanically speaking, so you command Garrow to get in? Seems like they're busy with something at the moment. What are the rest of you doing while...
Jesus.
All right, just a minute then. Okay, so you command Garrow to enter the silo?
Yes, just come up here.
Okay. Garrow kind of seems very upset about like a cat being forced into a kennel, but reluctantly complies and hops, easily able to clear the jump on their own, and enters into the silo. And you can hear the sound of paws and fur rubbing up against metal as they make themselves as comfortable as they can get with whatever's in there. And Lucifer looks to you, Lucian. All right, let's go. And starts to hoist you up to stand with him. And basically, in order, all of you will be like pulled up. And then, like, basically, as one person gets in, the chain gang would force you up to stand on the edge of the silo. And it would just kind of go in that route. It's not particularly tall, so like it's not like you're not like dangling by your wrist. You're just kind of getting pulled by them.
I'm going to say in Celestial, what are they going to do?
Lucifer glances to you, and there's a silence, and finally he says in Celestial, "Nothing, I promise. We're just taking you somewhere, and you'll stay there where it's safe."
I comply.
Okay. Anything notable from the rest of you as you are kind of pulled along?
Yeah, I just want to try to weigh as much as I can. Like, try to make myself weigh more if I can. You know?
Put on a few pounds.
So Caro, you really struggle to get to the top of the silo as Gil like deliberately like dead weights you.
Caleb is probably been we call it like fighting, but mostly like he's like pulling on the thing constantly because like he's trying to test if it'll break.
Mm-hmm. So Zephyr, you're just kind of caught between Gil dead weighting and Caleb kind of struggling.
Raccoon's just kind of gonna let herself be like pulled up.
Mm-hmm. Easy enough to do. Caro, as you get pulled, ready to enter to join Garrow, Kaloum holds up a hand and Lucifer stops his kind of dragging of everyone, and Kaloum kind of raised an eyebrow. You, I'm curious about. Who are you?
A friend of.
It's okay, I got the gist. He kind of raises an eyebrow. Sorry situation for a bunch of friends.
Well, many shenanigans happen.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. And he kind of stares at you for a moment. What are you hoping to gain out of all this?
I guess the best way to put it is closure.
Interesting. I like you. And after a moment, he gestures and Lucifer pulls you up. Gil, even with your dead weighting, you're outnumbered, so they just... You can see Lucifer kind of just furrowing his brow, kind of irritated as he's forced to just pull you up with zero help.
That's what I wanted.
And with that, Caleb, at the end of the chain gang, you're gently deposited into the silo. All of you find yourselves in this very, like, there's just enough room for all of you to sit, but not enough to like stretch your legs out, especially with Garrow. You find yourself in this circular tube of metal with almost like a bench-like structure going all the way around the circumference, which is what all of you are currently kind of forced to sit on, as Garrow is occupying most of the space where your legs could theoretically stretch out. There's enough room for you all to sit, but you're basically shoulder to shoulder with the people next to you in the chain gang, and Garrow kind of brushing up against your legs, and even Garrow is kind of forced to curl to even fit, let alone be somewhat comfortable.
Who am I
next
didn't
to again?
intend for this many people to be in here.
Who am I next to again?
You are next to Lucian and Gil. No, Caro, and Caro's next to Gil. So
Okay.
you're kind of sandwiched between Lucian and Caro.
I'm not looking very happy about this situation.
Wait, are people like, you said we're shoulder to shoulder.
Yes.
Should we be rolling because of Caro?
Yeah, well, again, you guys are all wearing clothes, so
Yeah.
and I'm
He's
assuming
got
your
clothes
shoulders.
on, just
Yeah.
not like, just not
Yeah,
like
my
You
shoulders
have
are
an
covered.
exposed shoulder?
My shoulders are not naked. They are not against school requirements.
Yeah, so
mine
you guys are
don't
fine.
either.
And once you guys, for lack of a better term, settle, you see Lucifer, Dr. Knight, and Dr. Kaloum kind of looming over this one little porthole of light. And Kaloum just kind of raised an eyebrow and clearly sarcastically, comfortable?
Oh yes, very much. Thank you. So thoughtful.
He smiles. I hope so.
Sardines.
He kind of gives a nod to you, Caleb. A rather apt description, actually. And he pulls the silo door shut, and you can hear the tumbler being locked back into place. But there is still a little bit of light coming in through the vent-like structures on the side. And sure enough, you see Kaloum and Lucifer looking through the opposite vents as Kaloum looks to you through the vent, Lucian. I would hope you're comfortable. These accommodations, while not custom-made for you, are tailor-made to make escape as difficult as possible. Any last words?
No.
I
You'll
look
never
at
get away
Lucifer.
with this.
Seems like a
I look
fu-
at Lucifer and I try to make eye contact with him.
Lucifer looks at you, and again, still having that guilty but resolute expression, but doesn't say anything.
I stare him down and I say in Celestial, I hope you're right.
Lucifer
Raccoon's just sorry. Raccoon's just gonna grit her teeth and grip her sash.
Caleb's just like, wouldn't a line of guys with those guns have been more efficient way to get rid of us?
Like I said, only one of us actually seeks to kill you. I'm just saying any last words because we're not going to be seeing each other again.
I won't be seeing
Who's
Lucifer.
saying this?
I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen.
Who's saying this? Dr. Kalu?
Kaloum.
Yeah. I look at
Raccoon's gonna look at him and say, "You can only hope that. You can only hope."
I do hope so, actually. You're all rather irritating.
I
Glad
look at
for it. You
Lucifer.
deserve it.
I look at Lucifer. Does he speak the truth?
Lucifer gives a nod. Yes. We're going to be putting you somewhere where you won't be any threat to us, and you'll stay there until we're ready.
I will say to him in Celestial, with a very unsettling grin, you wish.
You see Lucifer actually returns the smile and gives you an almost imperceptible wink before the vent slams shut. And Kaloum gives a bit of a shrug. Well, it was nice knowing all of you. Real pleasure.
Not
and-
really.
Say one.
Yeah, fuck you
Caleb
too.
wants to say something.
Go get fucked, Dr. Kaloum.
But not
And,
by my
yes, Caleb?
brother.
Well, so much for
Caleb's just-
monetization.
Caleb's just gonna say, I think I've heard the saying before about the best laid plans.
He gives a bit of a shrug. Well, that's what contingencies are for. And with that, the last vent slams shut, putting all of you in darkness.
And that's where we'll be ending tonight.
Yeah, relax.
You know, that'd be good. That'd be a good ending point, you know.
God.
There a
Wouldn't
moment.
be about ending, to be fair.
You're all in dark. Oh,
I was gonna say, is there any way I can try to break my chain? With-
you have
with
nothing
fierce
but your
strength?
bare hands and the people next to you.
No,
Oh,
like just fierce, like pure strength.
It's
Can I
not
break
his
it?
Well,
chain.
Technically, he could.
You're not gonna
he
break
could
those chains.
transform his hands into bear paw.
Yeah,
bear
yeah, so
paws.
I'll say you could try, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, like,
I'm
you-
gonna
you
break
can
these
You
chains.
can
I-
break.
You're not gonna
I-
break those chains.
I do want to transform my hands into talons,
Yeah, rage.
and I want to try to break the chains.
Okay. Make me just a general strength check.
Do the chains have locks on them?
Yes.
Are they enchanted at all?
You can make an Arcana check if you want to check, but you don't know.
I can break these cuffs.
Let
You're
me
not going to
check.
break those
Are you
cuffs.
talking about, the spell?
It's a 18
Okay. And Gil,
in
how'd you do
general.
on your
With
strength?
modifier.
Just so I can give everyone's thing at once.
Not very well. I got a 16.
Okay. You fight even with your talons at the ready, and you can get them to strain, but you can't quite get them to break, unfortunately. And you just lean back against the metal walls of the silo, kind of almost exhausted yourself. And Raccoon, similar to before, you're not an expert in the field, but as you look, you do see some very small, not very powerful or notable, but you do see some runes tracing the parts of the manacles that are attached to your wrist. So they're likely enchanted in some way, but very minorly.
Gil, you're not going to get anywhere. They're enchanted.
Oh, I'm going to get them eventually.
Okay.
Man, I got the perfect
Alright.
clip for this.
Don't.
I'm sending it in D&D chat.
Okay.
Lucian's kind of quiet for a minute.
I can break.
I'm sorry. This is all my fault, and I know it is.
No, you're not perfect.
And
Regardless of what you
Raccoon in a rare moment of jadedness is gonna just kind of like look at her and it's like, kind of somewhat. You know it is.
Raccoon, don't
If
let
I
your
had-
hurt influence your decisions.
No, listen. If I had just left it, but I couldn't. I'm really sorry, and I feel sorry, Raccoon, that we had to do that. But I couldn't just leave it. Not.
Lucian. Raccoon is going to cut her off and kind of just look at her. Or not really look at her, but just curl up into a little ball, huddling in herself, and just kind of says, like, really pathetically, but loud enough for the others to hear, "You made me kill my father."
I know. You don't. You think I wanted to do that?
I told you not to.
I couldn't leave it, Raccoon.
It wasn't your choice to make on him. It wasn't your choice. You didn't even ask me what I wanted to do or what could have been done. But
I asked
instead,
him.
even after I asked you to leave it, you didn't listen. And you didn't ask him. He was too out of it to do anything. No.
He was not. I asked him if I could heal him, and he said no.
And
I
that
wanted to
is
try.
heal. No, you couldn't.
Raccoon,
No,
sorry.
no.
There's a moment of silence, and you hear the sound of the door, the steel kind of bank vault door opening, and footsteps before, and the tumbler being clicked back into place, leaving all of you in darkness for those of you without dark vision, and silence outside of each other.
Can I try to break the chains one more time?
You just tried a couple minutes ago.
Refer to the video in D&D chat.
So, in chains, in darkness, nothing but the clothes on your back, what 2 items you could smuggle in, and each other. What would you guys like to do?
So this is a right pile of shit we have gotten ourselves into. Whose fault is it?
That I have gotten us into, you mean?
You fool! Matthew might get that reference.
vaguely.
Caleb, I have known you for like maybe a couple hours. You do not have the authority to do that. Maybe Raccoon, because what I did to Raccoon is unforgivable. I will never forgive myself, and she will probably never forgive me. All of this is my fault, and I know it.
What did you do? Did you attack the innkeeper?
I had to.
What did
You
you think was
didn't
going
have
to
to.
happen?
Yes, I did. He was a monster.
He was already going to change.
Yes, and he was going to hurt people.
It sounds like he
Raccoon,
almost
you
already
have
did.
to understand that he was going to hurt people. He hurt me. He hurt Gil. He hurt you. He hurt a lot of people. It was not him.
That didn't give you
And now-
any right to call on doing that. It was not your call. It was not your decision.
If not my call, then whose?
Mine. He was not your father.
No, my father is dead.
And now mine is too.
You think I wanted this for you? I would never want this for anybody.
Then why would you do it?
I told you.
You told me, but it's not clicking for me because I don't understand because it was not your choice on doing this.
Gil would like to intercept and say, what she means, Raccoon, is in her mind, Lorcan was already dead. She just wanted to put his body at ease.
He was still himself a bit when she did it. He knew me.
He didn't know anybody. He didn't know you. He didn't know me. He didn't know anybody. And he had called himself something else. He called himself Gracos or something. He said that was his name. He did not say Lorcan. If he had said Lorcan, maybe I would have been convinced that it was him, but it was not.
How do you know that that was the name he was calling himself? Maybe he was trying to tell us something else. It was still enough that he could answer something.
Maybe
he said something.
Maybe he did. Maybe I don't know. We got
and now we won't ever know.
Well, maybe we will. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Caleb's going to try to interject. Now we get to sit in this box until we turn into something like Lorcan.
Well,
and then they're going to do this to more people. And we were the only ones who knew about it. So now you are in effect going to cause the deaths.
We were planning to leave that day.
If we had let him live, if we had let that thing live,
they're going to create more of those things.
They're already going to do this to the entire town without us there anyways. Didn't you hear them? They're going to do it anyways, whether it's Lorcan or not. They're going to use somebody else.
At least I could prevent.
But at least we could have warned other people, but now we're trapped in here, not able to do anything else but sit here.
Because we are now trapped here, because you had to try and stop one creature, more creatures are going to get out that we might have been stopped. And now more people are going to die than if we had just... You have not saved
and now
lives, you have
we
killed
can't
more.
warn. And now we can't warn them about it.
Lucian just goes quiet.
Okay. Caro, you feel Garrow kind of just awkwardly turning to lay their head at your feet and just kind of depressedly lie there.
Kind of lean down and pet his head.
Did anyone manage to sneak something in that might help us?
I have my whistle still. And I kind of spit it out into my palm.
Like you've been talking this whole time, maybe like occasional whistle.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed they'd spit it out as soon as the box closed.
Yeah.
All right.
I could
Okay.
maybe. I have a spell that could work, but it would only work on one of us, and I don't know if any of us could get the others out due to the enchantments.
Also, do you have any spells?
That's what I just said.
Yeah, like they have a spell that might work.
A spell that might work.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, yeah, that's an excellent point. I think he's more saying, do you have the slots to cast that spell?
I don't think that you should. I think that you should.
Not yet. I don't have any. Unless we've taken like a short rest, then I may have a slot.
Nah.
All
I
right.
think that you should keep it yourself.
All right. I have
Gonna say
one
Gil
that could
would
work,
like-
but I don't have any like power to do it right now.
I was gonna say Gil would then say, "Oh, I have some weapons, but other than that,
Can you
Wait,
use
what?
them to lick to pick deluxe? I almost said lick the pox.
That's how the plague spreads.
I'm not sure if it would help any of you. They're more personal use.
I can't hear you.
They're more for personal use.
You're somebody's echoing like over 3 people.
Amanda had their mic on. One more time, Jeremy.
I was gonna say the weapons I have are more for personal use. Y'all can't use them.
I said you pick the lock, not us, dummy.
I might. Could my claws pick a lock?
That's gonna be hard. You can try.
Technically, yeah, it's interesting. You have to also
Yeah.
think about how the claws work. I'm thinking to myself,
It might be too fat of claws.
well, no, I'm just thinking that you might not be able to have them long enough.
Oh!
But
Did I just hear somebody die?
no, he's fine.
I'm just laying down because we're just sitting here.
Yeah.
Nothing going on.
All right. So Gil, do you want to take a crack at this or save it for later?
Yeah, I'm going to try one more time.
Okay. So make me a dexterity check at disadvantage because you're trying
It's
to.
not like disadvantage.
Well, yeah, it basically like I set the DC based, but then disadvantage can only kick in once. But because you're trying to pick a lock, an enchanted lock, with something that is not a lock pick.
It is not an enchant. It is not a lockpick, and it is also not enchanted.
Well, no, that doesn't change that. I don't
If you
think
have an
there is-
enchanted lockpick that can pick enchanted,
I don't think so. I know there's.
You said save, right?
No, check. And you could in theory like homebrew an item like that, but I don't believe that. I mean, I could be wrong. It may be an item. And how'd you do, Gil?
14.
One thing I could think of is knock, but that's not a lock pick. It's just
And I don't think that works
So-
on magical locks anyway.
no, lock can suppress. It suppresses an arcane lock for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of a different one, I guess. And Gil, you press your claw against the lock, but it's a very difficult angle, even if it was an actual lock pick. And you try for several minutes before finally just having to give up. Like you can barely reach the lock, let alone squeeze one of your claws in enough to start picking it.
Yeah, sorry, you guys. I can't.
great. We get to wait here until we turn into monsters.
If we wait for long enough and have enough rest, I could probably have enough power to try something.
How long do you need?
Short rest, maybe?
So like an hour.
Probably.
Well, I have one other thing I could try. Gil would like to try the Misty Step.
So what are the requirements of Misty Step?
I think it's just voice, right?
Well, no, but because do you have to see where you want to teleport to?
Oh.
It says V for components.
Well, no,
I know,
Doesn't he
like,
have dark vision?
There are some. He has
Yeah.
dark vision though, but
Yeah, so he'd be able to see in the darkness.
But you
He'd be
have
stepping on
to.
people, but
Yeah, but in the
'Cause
description it says you have to see the unoccupied
Yeah,
space.
I'm just trying to get out of my chains.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing there is just enough room in this silo for all of you. There's not really any space you could teleport to.
Well, I'm just trying to move a couple of inches.
I can scooch into Ghetto, or like scooch into Lucian's lap to pull Ghetto towards.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to roll. I feel like Misty Step can't work that way. Like, because you need an unoccupied space, which implies like a 5 by 5 foot area.
Yeah, he's right.
This entire area
Yeah.
is probably 5 by 5 foot.
No.
It's not going to work.
But
It was
what
worth
if
a thought.
Raccoon?
Like,
what if
We're
Raccoon?
probably all in a 5 by 5 foot
Probably
space.
like a 10 by 10. They're all
What if
squeezed in
Raccoon like gets into Lucian's lap so Ghetto or Kato can scooch over, so there's like one more space room.
Like again, like it's more the issue of like even that, like again, you're in a very small space. Like even if all of you bunched up into one area, there probably wouldn't be, at least by the game's rules, enough space for him. There is literally just enough room for all of you guys to sit in a circle, shoulder to shoulder, with all of the space on the ground occupied by Garrow. Props for creativity. I would have allowed it if it was a bigger space. It's just there's not enough room for you to feasibly do it.
Yeah, I got nothing, guys.
All right, Matthew, you want to bring in your next thing that's going to happen?
Well, I mean, like Raccoon, you wanted to say something?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Right, you have resting up a bit.
Okay. If you guys want to rest, then feel free to take short rests.
Because like this would be a pretty boring stream if this is like the rest of the campaign.
If you guys want to go for a short rest, you will have time. So pen down that each of you got a short rest.
I'm gonna.
Maybe his plan is just to let us realize there's nothing we can do, and then he's
I
like,
just
"Okay, roll
realized,
new
though,
characters."
Short rests don't really do much for.
But yeah, just more like if you guys want to, like.
When you have a short rest, what
You
level
don't-
slots
You
get?
don't get any.
Yeah, only wizards, I believe, can get them on short rest, and I think
And
warlock.
warlocks
Warlocks.
get all their spell ups.
Oh,
and
so I need a
wizards
long
get-
rest.
need
You
a
can
long
also
rest.
roll. You can roll a hit dice if you're low on
Yeah, you
health.
do
Yeah.
heal a bit, but yeah, you don't. Bards don't get slots back, I believe.
They do. You do get
That's
Bardic
Jake.
Inspiration back though.
Fuck Bardic Inspiration. I want a
No.
spell slot.
You get that in long rest, not short rest.
No, it's both.
No, it's. I'm reading here. It says long.
Well, I guess
Right.
it's both on a higher level.
I see song
I
of rest.
do remember. But
Yeah, it might be Song of Rest.
No, song of rest.
no,
looks like
Song
you
of
can-
Rest is like a bonus.
Yeah.
It's like a bonus. It's a higher level thing, anyways. Lucian is going to just kind of like bring her knees to her chest and
Okay.
All right.
hate
Does anyone have any dialogue or anything before?
Yes.
Gil's just gonna hum to himself.
All right. And Caro, you have something?
I can't do anything without a spell slot, and I have a cat purring in my face. Help.
Caro's gonna look to Raccoon and talk in Goblin. So Raccoon.
Raccoon is going to be surprised that Ghetto can speak Goblin.
Oh yes, Caro seems a bit awkward about why she knows Goblin. My people know Goblin, so so Raccoon.
Raccoon is going to reply in Goblin like, That is so cool. You know, like another language. That is really cool that you know Goblin. I don't know anybody else that knows Goblin. And so, like, everybody else listening in is just like a bunch of like.
Yeah, these two are just like. Well, and I'll actually note, Raccoon. Caro, you can understand it, but Caro's Goblin to you is very heavily accented.
It's very croaky.
Well, no. Like the best way I can describe it is Caro. When you hear Raccoon, again, you can understand it, but Caro, from your perspective, they're speaking with almost the Goblin equivalent of a very thick Slavic accent. Whereas Raccoon to you, Caro's Goblin sounds almost like the equivalent of a really sharp, biting Cockney. Like you can understand each other, but it sounds very different to each of your ears.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
I'm guessing Goblin is a very weird language.
I do actually have a little bit of detail for just a little bit of fun world building. Goblin, one of the main kind of notable things about speaking it is that you have to keep your tongue flat on the bottom of your mouth and you can't move it. Like goblins don't enunciate in that way, and they tend to speak in very low, gravelly tones. Essentially, yeah, that kind of tone. Just a little bit of fun.
But also,
anyway.
But also a little hissy too.
Yeah.
And Carol's just gonna like, yes, most people know different languages where I come from.
That is really cool, though.
Maybe I could teach you our language someday.
I'd be down for that if we were able to.
Yes.
Okay. Is that all you wanted to say, Carol?
No.
Okay. All right. Continue.
But Raccoon, I know that things have been very hard. But maybe one day, if you want to, you could tell me about your father.
I'll take you up on that one day then.
All right. Some time passes. Time becomes a construct in this total darkness, and despite being surrounded on all sides by people, this sense of isolation. An hour passes, 2, 3, 4. You guys are just silent in the dark. Finally, though, as just with nothing else to breach the silence, you start to hear music and chatter. The second night of the summer ball has begun several stories below you. It's very distant and faint, but you can just make it out.
Has it been long enough to count for a long rest?
No, unfortunately.
For Lucian it has.
Yeah,
What do you have?
Yeah, they only need 4 hours.
Yeah, to be fair, though, you didn't specify that you wanted to go down for sleep if you could.
Well,
There's not really a going down for sleep.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
trancing or the trance.
At this point, no, Dobby. Sorry.
That's fine. Animals.
Yeah. So at this point, Lucian's going to speak up. I have it under my foot. She's going to speak up. I didn't tell him. I didn't tell Kai. I didn't have a chance to. So that's just more blood on my hand, you know? And she goes quiet again.
Correct.
With how long it's been, can I once again try to break my chains? Gills wants to get out of here so he can warn people.
D&D chat video.
I saw.
Okay.
Never.
Fine, but this is going to be your last chance to try.
Last chance.
I'm just imagining. That's exactly what I'm imagining. I could break these cuffs.
I mean, he goes into
Can
a
I-
rage, probably. You know?
Yeah,
Can I try to assist him?
Are you doing that?
that'd be interesting.
Since you're next to him in the chain gang, I believe. Sure. So Gil, make that strength check with advantage.
Well, I already get an advantage because I did rage.
Oh, good point.
Okay.
But I'll still flavor it as Caro helping you as well.
Yeah.
Can I like add to that as well?
Unfortunately, no, it does not.
Yeah, I mean, if I do,
Bardic inspiration.
yeah. All right, let me check. Hang on.
Sure.
Wait. Let me check what I got. As soon as I can get this cat ass out my face, move, jocks.
Animals everywhere.
Room.
He decides it's the perfect moment to like turn around from where he was curled up and stick his his ass directly in my face, and it's very rude.
My butthole.
that post makes me laugh every time.
What did she say? Or what did they say?
While they're figuring out their bardic shit, there's a Tumblr post that's like, "Cat, you seem sad. I know it would make you feel better. Me, don't show me your butthole. Cat, this is my butthole." Just the way it's phrased makes me laugh, makes me giggle.
This is my
so
butthole. Listen, it's so true though.
Do you have another use of bardic inspiration?
I haven't used it at all once.
Okay. And I believe it is. I want to say it's a D6.
Yes.
Yeah. So Gil, if you want to use it, you can roll a D6 and add it to your.
I am.
Go for it. So you roll a D6 and then add whatever.
23.
Okay. A moment passes, and as the music and chatter of the ballroom starts up, you start straining against your chains. Do you have another use of rage? Because your rage absolutely would have worn off by this point.
Yeah, I have a total. I have one more.
Okay. So you use your final rage.
No, I got one more after this.
Oh, rage a lot. All right.
Yes,
All right. So you start
Rages more than
straining.
I do at video games.
That's impressive. You start straining against the chains, and Caro. Do you have dark vision, Caro?
Do I? Let me see. Wait, where
I think frogs do. Wait, actually, no, I don't think they do.
Funky
Yeah, they
frog.
don't. But
Yeah,
I remember Kevin doesn't have dark vision, so it's like
Yeah. So you can't see it, but you do hear Gil starting to strain against the chain. So you start pulling on them as well, kind of trying to like help slide them off his hands as he pulls against them.
break his bone, you know.
Yeah. And Raccoon able to hear this as well, and I think you can actually see it as well. Your hands still in chains, bring your slide whistle to your mouth and play another piercing tune. All of you kind of instinctively like flinching as this high-pitched tune just bounces off the fucking metal walls around you. But after a moment with Caro and Raccoon's assistance, Gil, you finally, the exact middle of the chain starts to weaken, and it kind of starts to go that pale white of material being strained before finally all of you hear the sound of a chain link being broken. And Gil, as the chain connecting you to Caro and Zephyr falls limply to your feet, still binding. So you guys are now only bound Zephyr on your left side and Caro on your right. Gil, you still have the manacles on your wrists, but you are now at least they're not actively tied together.
Okay, so I have free movement of my hands now.
Yes.
Can I get everyone else free?
You can try.
Yeah, like technically to do more. It took it took some rage to do it, you know.
Hey, but we're a step closer to our goal. So I will then transform my hands, become still raging, into
so
claws.
you're gonna use your final rage.
Well, my rage is still going.
Well, no, because doesn't rage end if you
Yes,
go
if you don't
turn
attack.
without attacking or being attacked?
Oh, yeah, then yes, I will use my final rage. And I'm going to slash at the chains of everyone else to try to get them free.
You're gonna have to pick one person.
Ooh, I gotta pick one.
Because remember, everyone's chained up individually and then chained to each other.
Hmm. This is hard.
Whoever you pick here, it's going to be foreshadowing. So choose wisely.
I know.
Shh, don't spoil that for us.
Like,
I'm going to
Listen, you're not
look at
supposed to point
Zephyr.
out the foreshadow. That makes it
Well,
like
no,
not
it's just
no
funny
longer
because it's so
foreshadow.
obvious. Like, it's one of those things, just like, oh, he picked that person. You know, like.
yeah, like you pick that
I'm
person,
going-
you get that little text bubble. They will remember this.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go to Zephyr.
Oh, I was surprised.
Interesting. Okay.
And I'm
Matt,
going
you're,
to break his chains.
All right. Since you're raging, one last strength check with advantage.
You finally broke those cuffs.
Ugh.
Yeah, Zephyr will remember that.
Is only a 16.
Okay. Zephyr, you.
Complaining about only rolling a 16.
Well,
Gil, you raise your claws and bring them down, and Zephyr, you have dark vision, right?
I don't forget.
Yeah, so you spread the length of chain.
Caleb's the only one who doesn't have dark vision in this.
No,
party?
Kara doesn't either.
Yeah, Kara doesn't.
However, Gil, as you bring your claw down full force, you do see the chain kind of like, you can see some marks left on it, but the chain does not break.
Damn, that is some tough chain.
Yeah, it took all his strength to break it.
Seeing how Caleb
Twice.
can't see, Caleb's just like, what's going on? What happened?
Hear loud breaking and
Yeah, you heard someone's chain snap and then another's get hit at least.
I don't have ability to see in the dark like some people. What happened?
I got my chains off to a degree, and tried to get Zephyr's off. But now I'm at a loss for what to do.
Well, that's progress.
It depends on what you want to do. You could technically see about opening up the hatch, though. Obviously, possibly getting caught, but then seeing about finding whatever key that could take us out of this.
At this point, just in case, Raccoon's gonna try to get like a little bit of rest, in case.
Okay, so basically, like, if nothing else notable happens, you're gonna try and get a rest in.
Yeah.
Okay, so Raccoon, you kind of curl.
Like Gil's gonna say, he doesn't have any more rages left, so he can't use his weapons. So he has no lockpicks.
You'll have, you got nothing. You got your fist.
You got nothing.
I really don't want to turn it on.
All right.
So what do you want
Oh,
to
shit,
do,
my
Gil?
headphones fell away.
Yeah, you're good. So you have Gil. You got.
Having Caleb say something.
Oh, go ahead.
Caleb's like, I really don't want to turn into a monster.
By the looks of it, we don't really have a choice, but Gil, what's your verdict?
I don't know if I can get us out of here. I can try, but that's about all I can do.
Well, yes.
So, do I see the vents?
Yes. However, they are still shut by whatever mechanism is closing them.
There's no way to grab them.
No, it's basically like
no way to grab.
yeah, it's basically there's it's like the like little like holes for the vent, and then on the outside are the coverings. So yeah, there's not really a way to get a hold of them. Like even if you could get your fingers around them, which would be a tough ask in and of itself, you would still be blocked from getting a full circular grip by the metal blocking it.
Can I try? And this is probably stupid, but I punch it. I want to try to see if I can't dent it out.
You can try. Make me a strength check.
He's just trying to punch his way out of this thing at this point.
Yeah, he's a barbarian.
A silo of solid metal.
I was like, he's a barbarian, you know. Gotta try.
Anything is possible with enough rolls of the dice in D&D.
I mean, yeah, generally at
That's
least.
why the GM doesn't want to let you keep rolling the same rolls over.
It's 18.
All right. Gil, you deliver a solid blow to the vent, but it doesn't yield to you. It is 2 layers of metal after all, at least. But you managed to.
Damage from
Yeah, but I was going to say, but you kind of shake your wrist a little bit, but you didn't hurt yourself in the process, at least.
Caleb's like, that sounded like it hurt.
Not at all.
It looked like it hurt.
Sounded like it hurt.
I can't see, so I don't know. Least it could have done is given us a light.
I don't have that option.
They don't want us to see where we are or where we're going. But you
They don't
didn't.
want us to have any advantage.
Did you not hear what they said though? They said if they're not careful that they will drop us into the ocean. So eventually we will be driving over. Do I know the name of the ocean?
Yes, the continent of Yav is bordered by 2 seas. To the south, the Sea of Glass, and to the north, the open polar sea.
Sea of Glass. And what was the other one?
The open polar sea, which the north of Yav is incredibly cold, one of the closest places on the planet, because it is very close to the caps that far north.
Okay, so Lucian will say, well, there's 2 options, the Sea of Glass and the Polar Sea. My guess is they're taking us south, maybe?
Yeah, because if they take us to the polar sea, metal gets brittle and breaks.
Even if we broke the metal, we'd be underwater because it sinks.
But
No,
it would be bad for their ships, is what I'm saying.
well, here's the thing though. If this does break apart from whatever is happening, my guess is that we are going to be under Biko's ship, like dangling under them. You know, you've seen them. You've seen the flying
No.
ship. I'm saying
We're
under
not-
that.
We're not moving right now, though, because
No.
you can hear the party. So
Yes,
we
but
need to get out of here before they move us
But
with the
how?
airship. I have an idea, but again, I need to be rested for it. I can't do it without any power.
Okay, so I think right now a good idea is to protect Raccoon. Yes,
Protect our what?
We should all,
protect Raccoon.
At this
Oh.
point, momentarily, we should just all rest.
I thought you said protect our tomb. I'm like, yeah, you're probably
Did you
right.
say
that's valid.
Gil, you echoing? I couldn't hear you.
I said we should all try to rest, regain our strength.
It's very
Sorry,
echoey in
yeah.
this silo.
What's the fucking point? I can't do anything. They took my focus.
Oh.
They took everything from us.
Mm.
You can turn into a monster. That's fine. But what can I do? Shit. I am not a fighter guild.
What kinds of things can you use as a focus?
Well, I have a god that I worship, and if I have the symbol of that god, then I could probably make that into a focus.
Which she doesn't.
No. I know that
Maybe
you
we can
have
find one.
Maybe. I mean, I know that you have seen the one that I wear around my neck, the one of Marzana. That is not my focus.
Quick question, Lucian. It can be made out of anything, correct?
Well, I don't really know how it works. To be honest, would I know how it works? From my background.
Focus.
Make me a religion check.
Okay.
There's a religion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm fucking cleric. Fight me. Okay, religion. I am proficient in this shit. Don't fuck me.
I mean,
What is it? What is it? What is
the
it?
same as magic? Because it's
What?
like...
Hold on. That is a
Religion's
dirty
something
20.
different.
Okay. You do know that as long as the symbol is accurate and made in good faith with intent, you can use anything that has that symbology as your focus. But again, it needs to be made with intent to be that symbol. So something that just happens to look vaguely like it won't cut it. And it needs to be made with legitimate faithful intent.
Okay. So I tell this to Gel. I say, well, when the people make these religious focuses, they have to be, with religious intent. So even if you do try to make something like this, you have to firmly believe in the god, and you don't even know what god I worship.
Can I tell you my plan?
Okay.
Could you braid it out of hair?
I mean, I can try to make it look, I did not think of... Gil, I am surprised!
Wait, what if you carve it into your manacle?
That's also
Nothing to
true.
carve it with.
Yeah, she's also
Well,
has her
you have
hand
your
bound.
chains. You have your chains. You could like sketch it. I could sketch it. Maybe.
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 Well, I think that it's a good try. We can try it. I'm going to. Can I reach my hair with my hands or no?
Yeah,
Or what the-
your arms.
Does
have free
anybody
movement,
have
just
like
your hands
charcoal on them? Charcoal on them? You draw
what?
it onto a cloth? Charcoal?
Well, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to do this. I'm going to take out my hair and from the braid, shake it up a little bit, take it and try to braid it, and close my eyes and remember the symbol and mutter under my breath a prayer to my goddess.
Okay, I'll allow. That's clever. I like it. Make me another religion check.
Okay. Don't fuck me. What is my modifier? Don't fuck me.
Real as magic.
Oh, this is good. 19.
Okay. You begin to carefully knot and braid your hair, mumbling this prayer to yourself. All of you, just those of you who can see, watch, and those of you who can only hear, just listen quietly in the darkness. And this doesn't detract from what you're doing, Lucian, but all of you begin to hear a change in the sounds below you. The kind of just ambient chatter and music begins to very abruptly halt in the place of screaming, and you hear a loud, like earth-shaking roar.
It sounds like it
Well,
started.
sounds like it has begun.
Yeah.
I just continue braiding my hair and I just pray to the goddess. All you hear is like rushed. Oh, please, Shiva, I need this. I need you. You're like the best god ever. Blah 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 blah. That kind of stuff.
The best god ever. Blah blah blah. No, I know what you mean. And as you make the final knot, turning your own hair into a symbol of your goddess, which, little known fact about elves, elf hair is innately very magical. Elves cannot shorten or cut their hair without magical means. Enchanted blades are required to perform such a process. Elven hair is naturally highly arcane, and as you offer yourself and something very magical and enchanted about who you are and what you are, you feel that comforting embrace, as with no more symbol of a false god you're worshiping just for social clout clouding it, a full intimate connection to your goddess.
She's discovered
I
special item.
mutter, thank you, Shiva. And I'm going to try to cast. I'm going to hold out my chains, and I'll say, "Raccoon, cover your eyes." And I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on the chain.
Funny part,
I cover my eyes.
You didn't even need a focus for that.
Yes, I do.
Nope.
It's a cantrip.
No.
So make me a roll.
Actually, it's a dexterity throw, so I mean.
All right, time for chains to make a dexterity check.
Can the inanimate object make a check?
Yes, actually.
Oh my god, I hope this works.
Best
That was a
idea
quick
I've
answer. He
ever
was
had.
prepared.
Here we
Is there
go.
a stat sheet for chain?
God, I could kiss you
Yes,
right
actually.
now.
And Lucian, all of
Make a
you,
character that's chained.
all of you, sans Raccoon, who's covering their eyes, those of you who can't see, the inside of the silo is suddenly lit with this bright light of flame as Lucian begins to burn the link between their chains. And as the chains begin to get hotter and hotter, turning bright white, you give a hard pull, Lucian, and just barely you see the connections begin to loosen before finally you manage to pull the chains apart, still burning hot at your wrists.
Don't
All
touch
of
it.
them are just hers.
Just yours. You're having to do this kind of one at a time.
Okay. I'm going to stand up. Can I stand up, or is it like, am I have to like hunch over?
You can stand, but like your head will just be like scraping the top of the silo.
Okay.
Now there's
I'm
two
going
people
to.
standing.
I'm going to. Well, I'm not going to stand. I was
Oh, no,
asking if I could stand.
I'm sitting again.
I will. So next would be Raccoon and Carol, right?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
Next to me. Okay. So I'm going to say, pull it taut. Pull their chain taut. And keep it still.
I do it.
Look away.
local.
I cast it again.
Okay. Since Raccoon is the closest to you, I'll say you start with Raccoon. So Raccoon, you watch as your chains also begin to. Caro and Kayla, from your perspective, the room goes dark again before becoming bright with firelight again. Finally able to see for brief flashes as these chains begin to burn. And Caro, you watch as next to you, Raccoon's chains begin to burn as well. However, the sounds below you start to get more intense, and among the screaming and roaring, you start to hear gunfire. And you hear this. It's less even that you hear it, and more you feel the ground beneath you actually begins to shake and there's this, like, you know that ear-shattering sound of a tornado just ripping a house apart?
Mm-hmm.
You start to, the ground actually starts to shake, Lucy, and you're actually kind of struggling to keep your footing and not burn Raccoon's hands by mistake. And just as you burn through Raccoon's chains, and Raccoon, you're able to pull them apart, and the chain connecting you to the others drops to the floor as it had with Lucien and Gil. The ground begins to vibrate violently as this earth-shattering quake happens around you, and you hear this kind of, the best way I can describe it is that kind of spring sound of like aircraft cable being shaken, that kind of kind of sound.
Yeah.
You hear that above you over the silo door, and Raccoon, you and Caro both hear Goblin, or the language Goblin, as something heavy is fastened to the sides of the silo, and you can hear the two goblins. Come on, we gotta move!
Damn it! Hasn't been long enough for a long rest.
I don't think so. I don't think we.
I mean, I wish
Not
I
even
had
a short
said
rest,
before.
unfortunately.
I wish I had said it before, because I only need 4 hours of sleep. I wish I had said it before. I feel stupid.
To be fair, you were going through a lot.
Yeah.
Raccoon is just like cursing up like a little storm, and she's like, "Damn it! I can't do it yet."
You hear at the sides where the vents are steam, and you guys can hear kind of bum 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 bum, like little footsteps running up the sides of the silo, and you hear above you a different goblin voice. Come on, we're ready, move!
Yeah. If I help you, can you try to bust the door?
I could try.
I move around to Gil, and I look at him. I kiss him, and I say, "You can do it." And I cast guidance
On the lips?
on Gil.
On the list.
Fair enough. Real quick.
It required me to touch him, so you know.
Real quick, do you want to burn Caro's chains as well?
Yes, I will do that before I do that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So, Caro, the same process starts on your chains, and sure enough, you're able to break them, and you hear that aircraft cable sound again, as presumably the goblins retreat up whatever mechanism is being connected to this device. And Gil, you want to try and bust your way out?
Yep.
All right, now, you're trying to get through the top door, right?
Is there any other door?
There's just the vents and the top door.
Yeah, top door.
All right. Now, because you're trying to, through sheer brute force your way through a door above you that you kind of almost have to jump to fully reach, you are going to be making this strength check at disadvantage, I'm afraid, but the effective guidance does still apply.
Yep.
I was
you
gonna
get a
say,
What
D4.
does that do?
Even with how tall I am, I'm still not going to reach it?
Well, because the thing is, you can reach it, but basically you would just be able to push against it. If you want to go full force, you're essentially having to jump, which is very awkward for pushing something.
Fair enough.
Like, even if you were in a
Guidance
very...
do?
You add a D4 to... It's kind of like a weaker bardic inspiration, but because it's a cantrip.
D4 to what?
Just whatever roll you want to make.
Ability check, pretty much, yeah.
So yeah, strength check at disadvantage, but you can still add guidance. Because I'd like to see you try to ram a ceiling.
I think he's got this.
It's a total of 22.
All right. You kind of stepping awkwardly over Garrow, which is making the process even harder. Caleb, you and Caro can't see, but the rest of you can, as Gil readies himself and balls his hands into fists before almost doing that kind of like dual fist, like kind of monk punch essentially above. And the door does not open completely. However, you hear steam leak, and Caleb and Caro, you notice this most immediately. You can actually see some light peeking just through. The door has been cracked and dented, but has not been fully opened, as you did not break the seal. You're trying to just brute force your way through. So some light is now leaking into the silo, but it's not completely open yet.
I touch Gil's shoulders again, and I kiss his cheek. You can do this, Gil. I cast guidance again.
Keep bashing it, keep giving guidance.
All right. Gil, one more strength check at disadvantage. Let's see if you can do this. Let's see if Lucian's faith is not misplaced.
Okay.
23.
All right. With a heave, you do the same motion as it did work, just you need to do it again. You punch, and it's less that the door opens and more that you essentially just break the sides of it. But this does remove the lock, so, for lack of a better term. The hinge is still attached, but you are able to give a firm push, and the door creaks as it very weakly opens.
Everybody get out.
Yeah, I'm gonna like use my hands
Everybody out.
to,
I'm just gonna
Finish
grab the
opening it?
chains and yank them out.
I'm just gonna throw I want to grab this Caro, everyone. I'm just gonna start chucking them out the top
What? Why?
because this is the easiest and quickest way to get everyone out.
It sounds like this thing might take off soon.
I'm just thinking.
We need to be quick, and it's probably tall enough that some of us, especially those of us that are short, need a boost up.
I am throwing the rest of them out.
All right. As all of you are chucked out, you find yourself in the same very just drab room. Gil, you pulling yourself out as well. And you all have to take a second to take in what you're seeing. Tropubikok's airship is hovering directly over the palace, and not just one, several lengths of this incredibly thick, like forearm thick metal wire is connected to the top of the silo where the latch is, and the sides of the room, kind of hooked onto the outside. And you can see looking up as wind kind of billows all of your hair, the roof is actually removed from the palace entirely. And you can see several Tengu actually climbing their way. You can only identify them by sound, and they were speaking Goblin. Climbing back up the various cables, presumably having been the ones who attached it. And
They do that. I say, everybody get down.
No, don't draw attention to us.
No, like I'm like I kind of like whisper, everybody get down.
Oh.
Okay, you said it very loudly.
Where?
I'm sorry, I stage whisper.
Yeah, stage. It's fine. It's D&D. You kind of have to stage whisper. Below you, especially now in the open air, you can really clearly hear screaming and roaring, and the sound of rifle fire. There's another just earth-shattering for you guys quake, as all of you, even if you weren't following Lucian's instruction, kind of immediately double over, and you hear that same ripping sound. And Lucian, being the most kind of like acquainted with scientific mechanisms, for lack of a better term, looking around, you start putting it together. The hooks in the sides, the stability of the silo, which is presumably just bolted to the floor, for lack of a better term, and that same ripping sound before the roof had gone missing. They're literally pulling the roof of the palace off with you inside.
We need to get out right now. They're going to pull us out. Like, we need to get out.
Let's not waste any time. Run.
Well, is there a door? Is there something? Or can we get out of the room?
I was just saying, Matthew hasn't exactly. I can't really remember the description of this room.
Well, no, it's intentionally a very drab room. If anything, that was what drew attention to it, is because the Father Khan is typically a very extravagant man.
Where's
Turning
the door?
around, looking around, you guys see a door, the steel sort of bank vault-esque door that you would come in, but there does not appear to be a tumbler on this side.
Oh. Like we're locked in.
This must be what they meant by a failsafe. Well, what's the walls made of? Is it like wood?
Yeah, just wood.
Can we climb the walls to
You
get
can
down?
try.
If we have someone who can punch through metal, they can punch through
I was
wood.
gonna say, can I punch through the walls?
Like where are you hoping to go by punching through them?
Like next to the door.
Guidance.
The door's probably metal.
Yeah, well, so he's essentially trying to what's that NES? Like, what's that old Atari game where you dig through the floor? He's basically
Dig dug?
trying. Yeah, he's basically trying to dug his way around the unbreakable boulder. Sure. Make me a strength check and yeah, go ahead and have guidance.
He just
What if
punched through
I
metal,
climb
Matthew.
the?
No.
What
You'll
if I-
see. You'll see I think Austin already has put the problem together, but let's let it play out.
What if I climb the wall and tell you what's on the other side?
Climb to where?
Well, remember the
You said
roof
it's
is
open
gone, so they
top right
could.
now. The
Yeah,
roof is
it's
gone.
open top, so they could theoretically climb over it. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, 19 and Raccoon. Go ahead and make me athletics or acrobatics your choice for trying to get over the wall.
Natural 20.
Man,
Nice.
look at you. So as Gil is kind of feeling along to find a weak spot, you immediately start skittering up the wall. And as you peek over, careful not to get splinters into your delicate little goblin claws. You see, delicate, quote unquote. You're small, at least. You see that where Gil is going to punch would actually just lead into open air. As the hallway is just sized to the bank vault door.
Oh,
Not Gil, not there. That's literally goes to nowhere. We would go nowhere but ground.
How far is
And
the fall?
after a fall.
Like,
How far is the fall?
Raccoon taking a quick courtesy glance, that's easily a several 100 feet drop. You're
Death.
on the top floor of the palace.
It's death. The fall is death.
Yeah.
For like all of us that
Like
don't
imagine
have
taking a
featherfall.
running leap off the Taj Mahal.
It's
you see
literally
any
death for
notes?
those of us that don't have featherfall, and on top of that, I don't have any spell slots for it anyways. So
None of us have featherfall.
yeah, so I think the only way out is through that door. But there looks to be a hallway connected to it. Is there a moat at all?
Moat?
Yeah.
There is one between the palace and the rest of the city, but not here. And I will point out there is a tumbler for the door on the other side.
Oh,
You
so I can just.
climb over, right?
I'm just gonna climb over the wall and go
Yeah,
try
You're
to
already
open
at
it from
top,
the other
so easy
side.
enough to do. So
Give
Gil,
me just a second. You don't need to break your knuckles.
so
I'm gonna boost Raccoon over the wall to help her out.
I'm already over the wall.
Oh,
I'm
that's
already
a
on
little
top of it.
flavor, but so Raccoon Gil kind of gives you a helpful nudge, and you hop over to the other side. It's a bit difficult
Fall
for you
off
as
in
you're
open
very
air.
small. What? One more time?
He gives me a boost right into open air.
Yeah. And you immediately start just hurriedly cranking the tumbler. Like you kind of have to jump, pull, land, jump, pull, land. But you guys can hear the tumbler slowly being released. However, you still can hear the of the palace roof being pulled off by the cables connecting it to the airship.
Can I get over the wall?
Athletics for speed.
Yeah, can we?
Athletics for extra speed.
Sure. And yeah, Gil, go ahead, maybe your athletics to get over the wall. And Caleb?
Caleb try climbing over the wall because
18.
he's also good at climbing.
Sure, go for it. So you and Gil both, acrobatics or athletics, your choice. And 18 for, all right.
Athletics, right?
Or acrobatics, your choice.
21.
Okay. Caleb?
Acrobatics or what?
Or athletics, your choice.
Okay, acrobatics it will be. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Man, look at you guys.
Hey, we both got nat 20s to climb.
Hey.
So Gil and Caleb, you both in almost this like beautiful sync, lift, pull, and just vaults over the open top wall. Raccoon, you give a last pull to the tumbler, and for the rest of you, the door
You couldn't
swings
have
open.
wasted like a single moment more, could you?
Let's go to hell.
Okay,
Just
we
go
can do this.
Let's
We can do this later, you guys. We got to
Yeah,
go.
let's go.
Do we though?
Meow. Yes!
Oh my god. Zephyr has just stopped giving a fuck for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, just something just.
She's just gonna
switched.
let it
Well,
happen.
You kind of like you noticed everyone's basically weakened. We have no most of us don't have any spell slots or spells to use.
We just need to sneak our way out of here.
Yeah, we need to get out
Yeah,
of
we're
here.
gonna get out of here kind of sneaky.
Hi, sneak rolls. And the other half of us are still chained together, though.
Well,
Are we?
two of us.
I thought they did
Actually,
that.
no,
Yeah,
two of us.
Zephyr and Caleb, you're still chained
Yeah,
together.
you never actually. Yeah, how did Caleb
Alright,
get
so
up
you
there?
know what? Well, you know, I rolled it out.
I don't like them.
Yeah. Like that's why I allowed it, because he did
I
get a
can't
nat 20
understand any of you. You're all talking over each other at once and you're cutting out at the same time. So it's double whammy. No, I know. It's just you guys talking over each other. My ADHD could not pick through it. And then on
So,
top of that, there was the cutout.
Yeah, so to
So
cover
basically,
everyone's
Caleb
points,
and Zephyr are chained together, but Caleb rolled a nat 20, so you know what? He's.
I mean, I allowed it. Oh, there they go.
What? Oh, there's
Rip.
Yeah.
Fuck a duck.
Hello.
Stuff. What do you guys want to do?
I think we should try
Get
to
out
just
of what's
get our
being
way
pulled
out.
off.
Wait, are we sneaking our way out?
I mean, that's.
Is that what we're doing?
I thought we were trying to get out of the place that's being ripped off.
Fuck
Well,
my life.
Let's try to escape.
Okay.
This sword is getting more and more unstable.
Yeah,
Everything's
We
getting
had an
crunchy.
outage recently.
yeah.
Everything is crunchy.
Yeah.
Jesse, Discord
Okay.
might force us to end this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say 30-20%.
I got
Yeah, we heard. Yeah, everything's crunchy.
23.
Are we rolling stealth? We're trying to roll stealth out of this?
19.
Oh, we were rolling for stealth?
Apparently.
Yeah, I think we're rolling to be stealthy so that we can sneak out and not have to
So
fight.
we, not die, because.
I mean, Matthew's literally saying nothing.
I do.
He's letting us do our thing.
I got a 21 on stealth.
I have a 24 on stealth.
I got a
Nat one.
25.
All right. Damn, look at you guys. All right. So, who's taking the lead just for flavor?
I was gonna say Gil would like to be in the lead since he's brute force right now.
Okay.
Tank.
Pretty
So,
much.
you guys
Tank with
You guys-
10 health.
you guys get low to the ground and start basically like power walking, since you can't exactly sprint and be stealthy, your way out.
Surprised no one
Gil.
used a short rest.
You know, I kind of after it's done, I kind of feel stupid because like he said like 4 or 5 hours had went by. You know, Gil and I could have had a long rest, so I kind of feel
You had to-
stupid
you had to
about that.
trance. Yeah, you had to trance, though.
You guys make your way down Gil. At the lead, you feel beneath your foot away,
Mm-hmm.
and
You're cutting
You
out
tr-
on my end now.
You're cutting out.
Okay, that's
it's fucking.
Discord is becoming unstable.
well, now that might be internet. That just might be the internet.
Oh
Oh
no.
my
No, I'm
God.
getting
No.
yeeted. I just got yeeted.
No,
No.
no.
No, no. what is
We're not going to be able to finish this.
People,
God.
well, they left. I
We are
think they're
not going to
leaving.
be able to finish this at this rate.
Percepts.
Just a minute, boo boo.
Okay,
Okay, I think that did
Help.
it.
okay. Gil, you feel something beneath your feet give way. Please make me a dexterity saving throw.
I have advantage on this.
Advantage. And Caleb still has his inspiration if he ever has to make some kind of important.
19.
Okay. Gil, as you step, you feel something give way beneath your feet. And as you turn, you actually see some of the wall, like the planks in the wall, like you see a very slight hiss of steam. Just silent and only just this little smoke, but you step back and sure enough, all of you see the planks of wood splinter as bullets and darts start flying out before impaling and just shredding the opposite wall.
There is a battle and a half going on down.
No, like basically
This
Gil set
hallway
off a
has
booby
been
trap.
boobied.
Yeah.
This hallway has been boobied.
I would then like to try to check for more traps as we keep going.
All right, make an investigation check.
This is why he asked who was going to be in the lead.
Yes, it is.
What, 19?
You are an evil man.
Also, man, poor raccoon. I know the feel of terrible internet sucks. Gil, at the head, you carefully, and sure enough, as you look, you can see several pressure plates along the floor, and you carefully lead the party around to not step on any of them, which easy enough to do. You do
Even
make
the,
it.
Even the tiger.
Yeah, like since you can see them and they're spaced out in such a way to where it's meant for people to be able to conceivably avoid them if they know where they are.
Okay.
So leading the group, you make it to the opposite side. However, this process takes time as you guys are being stealthy and stopping to look for traps. And you can see the sky around you starting to shift. And the kind of quaking begins to slowly calm as presumably the bulk of the tearing of this room from the roof has already gotten underway. At the opposite end, you just see the plain set of doors that brought you up here.
We might. It don't seem like there's anyone up here. We might want to just run for it.
Yeah, I want to bust the door.
Well, where are we going?
Are you gonna tell Lucian?
We
Back
can-
out the way we could. What do you think?
We could just try to open the door first. We don't know if it's
I
locked.
tried to open it.
Yeah, I want
I'm
to try to
asking
open
where
the door.
Maybe
we're
back the
going.
way we came.
Okay,
Yes.
where are
this
we
is the way
going?
in?
I'm saying, where are we going after we escape? I mean, we're just gonna run.
The
I don't think
original
we're thinking
plan,
that
I
far
guess.
ahead.
We're just
The
trying to get out
original
of the
plan.
town.
Considering what's happening, we could probably just steal a horse and a cart and get out.
I mean, Caleb still knows where a horse and cart is.
Well,
Then let's
possibly,
grab that.
if it's still there.
Because they
Assuming that it's still there, yeah.
should. I mean, he did tie that pony down, so it's probably
Yeah.
still waiting.
Wait, our stuff.
Yeah, that's what.
We'll have to replace
What
it.
about
Have to place it.
The chance of getting our stuff back is astronomical.
I need armor. I'm squishy.
Not that.
Our
squishy.
lives are more important right now.
The sky
stuff
around
can
you
be
is shifting
replaced.
further as you guys stand
Yeah,
up,
well-
debating.
Just go.
No,
I'm
no,
sure-
we're talking as we're running and talking at the same time.
Okay, Gil, as you bust the door open, you see below you, you do see the stairs 15 feet below you and rising.
Huh?
I
Oh,
can
can we
jump
drop
up.
15 feet?
Yeah, we can do
Yeah.
that. We can do it.
Some
I'm
of
going
us-
to, like, we're going to jump. Like, I'm going to jump and I'm going to catch people as they come down.
What's
So
the
I-
roll
I
on
did a
drop?
raccoon.
I
What's the
want to
roll on
jump.
drops? What's the
Fucking
roll on
You're
drops?
talking over each
Athletics or
other.
acrobatics? So
There's a
one
roll
per.
for this of how far
Yeah.
you can drop.
Okay.
Let me double check. I want to say it's every like additional something. Let me check 1 sec.
Isn't it like something to do with your walking speed?
No. I won't.
So for every 10 feet you fall, you'll take 1d6 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
So 15 feet will take 1d6.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to jump, and I want to catch people as they jump.
Okay. But Gil, you are jumping onto the top of a staircase, so make me an athletics or acrobatics check, your choice, to not
I actually
fucking
just
tumble.
rolled that, and
Yeah,
it's a total of
What's up?
26.
Go on,
Okay.
what's up?
So, I have standing leap. Would that change anything?
I'll allow that and say that you could land without issue, being a frog.
I would
Okay.
offer to also help people, but it would
Okay.
kind of hurt.
Take my
Yeah.
chances.
Yeah. So
So-
I offer to help people.
Okay. So Gil, you and Caro jump. Caro, being a frog, you literally have an ability for this. You're able to land without issue. Gil, how'd you do on your check?
26.
Okay. You land. You and Caro both. And Gil, you take 4 bludgeoning damage. Now, for the rest of you, Gil, because you're trying to catch people, I will say this. You will make... so Caro already jumped, but with Garo included, that is 4 people. Yeah, if we include Garo, I believe that should be 4. Zephyr, Caleb, Lucian, Garo. Am I missing someone?
Hmm.
Raccoon, correct. So
How dare!
well, because what was confusing me is that I had to count Garo, so I was already like essentially skipping over one in my head. So Gil, I'm gonna need you to make me 5 consecutive athletics. Yeah, I'll say athletics or acrobatics. Basically, if you succeed, the person will not take falling damage. If you don't, they'll still land, but will take the falling damage.
Damn, that's a lot of rolls.
He's
I
rolling
missed that last bit. What's
he's
up?
rolling 5d20s. Oh my god.
Can I
Roll
assist?
all at the same
I
time.
actually haven't been modified. So the lowest one is an 11.
Okay.
The highest is a 16.
Okay. With Caro assisting you. 1 by 1, Zephyr, you and Caleb jump. Caro, again, you're wearing clothes. Don't worry about the poison. Caro helps catch you guys and deposit you safely on the staircase behind. Lucian and Raccoon, you are caught by Gil. And Gil, you kind of wince as you prepare to potentially catch a fucking Siberian tiger. And
He's a juvenile, so he's not
Imagine-
quite as heavy.
Imagine whenever he catches him, it just like looks at him and just chuffs.
yeah. Gil, you and Caro together stabilize Garo as they jump. More the difficulty being finding their footing on the staircase without putting all their still considerable weight on all of you. And you guys look up as the room you were just in moments ago lifts up into the sky.
Holy
Okay, we can do
shit!
this later. I know, let's take a breath, but let's go. We need to go right
Now we
now.
don't need to
I feel like,
rush.
I feel like we made a mistake.
We could
but-
take our time.
No,
to
no,
be stealthy.
we still need to rush and be stealthy at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can't just
Right,
sit in one
exactly.
spot while anything can come up behind us at any moment.
It's true.
Has the sound of fighting gotten any closer?
It's
Any
gotten
louder?
further actually, but you can still hear it raging in spades.
Basically, we're listening to the sound of a kingdom burning to the ground.
Oh my god. PTSD moment for Lucian.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Now it's gotten to Austin.
we need to get going.
Yeah. Okay. So as you guys,
Stealth checks still apply.
Well, since we're gonna be since Gil and Amanda have places to be.
No, it's okay.
I thought you said you guys got to be going.
No.
I
We-
think it's in character.
As a party.
Oh, okay. Okay, so in that case, everyone, please roll me stealth checks.
Okay,
We gotta make
okay.
new stealth checks.
Okay.
I get
Very
plus
hard to
7
see.
to stealth. It fell off the table.
Why you
Fuck
Nine.
my life.
Mine's cocked.
17.
Okay.
24 in total.
It was a 15,
Sorry, what roll is this?
19.
Stealth.
So,
Okay. Yeah, it was cutting off.
19.
Okay.
Sorry, my first roll was cocked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
19.
19. Raccoon.
17.
Okay.
Maybe 20.
Yeah, horrible little 20. Caleb.
I said 24.
Okay. I was just making sure I got everyone's. Okay. You guys take a second to catch your breath before continuing your interesting little strategy of running while still trying to be quiet. And you guys start
I
just.
figured Caleb would be good at that.
Yeah, that's fair. You're small. You guys start booking it down the stairs. You're on, and as you go down the stairs, you find yourself back in the
This
treasury.
has now become a survival horror.
I got a quick question.
Is there any jewelry and stuff left in the treasury?
There's a lot. It's treasure and gold everywhere.
I'm gonna stuff some in my pockets. I'm going
Yeah,
to
I
like
was
grab like
going
a
to say-
ton.
As,
Grab 2 or
Well,
3
as we're
handfuls.
running, just
Considering-
grab some gold.
Considering we no
Put
longer
our
have
stuff
our
in here.
items, we are going to
Yeah,
need
we're
this
gonna
money.
need some currency.
That's fair.
I
grab
just-
what I can.
Matt, I'd like to ask, is there any magical weapons or any sort of weapons in this area?
Make an investigation check.
Like, did he put our stuff in here?
Can I do the same? I want
Yeah,
to find.
Can I do the same?
I want to do that too.
All right, everyone who wants to look, make an investigation check.
I got a
and-
natural 20.
Okay.
I also got a natural 20.
Man, look at you guys. Just the fucking adrenaline of escaping.
You're not gonna believe it, but I also got a natural 20.
Holy shit!
I will not believe
That's
it.
gotta be a record for not 20.
Yeah, it's 4 nat 20s in a row.
Right. I think all of
Plus
us-
3.
So, those of you who choose to look and just start stuffing gold into your pockets, for the sake of brevity, those of you who just, as long as you chose to do it, tell me afterwards that you were doing so, and I'll tell you what you managed to get away with. Since you weren't really looking, you were just kind of grabbing and stuffing as you went. But for those of you searching for weaponry, looking around, you guys kind of split very briefly to give a very quick but as thorough as you can while still being reasonably speedy check of the treasury, and you do not find any equipment. Unfortunately, it is nothing but gold and jewels.
Okay,
Well, I-
Well, we
take
could
one
buy
off
Get
my
all
hand
the
and
gold.
my- I can buy some
Take
later.
me too.
I'm grabbing as many jewels as I can fit in my pocket.
Everyone's like, hey.
Are there any bags? Are there any
We're gonna
bags
need
that we
have
can see?
equipment
No.
to replace.
Okay, so we're just grabbing coins.
Yeah, coins or jewels, whatever you can get your
It's
hands
like,
on.
it's like
Both.
like Austin's over there judging, but it's like we have to replace all of our equipment.
No, I'm not saying grabbing gold. I mean, he's gonna grab gold too. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, everyone's just like.
I mean, like you said, like, you
We're all
gotta-
pulling a raccoon.
Okay, so as you guys, as you guys stuff your pockets, Raccoon, you do not find any bags, unfortunately, and none of you find equipment beyond the gold and jewels. You gather back and find yourself at the platform that is still raised to the treasury.
All right. So, can we remember how they operated this?
It was not that long ago. Kaloum had a remote, and he would push a button, and it would descend and then
Can we roll
reascend.
an investigation for any kind of
Yeah, I was
manual
gonna ask if I
mechanism?
could maybe look around and with my with my scientific background and stuff, I want to see if I can maybe find like a mechanism or like maybe some gears.
Why don't you just burn it?
It is metal, to be fair.
Wasn't the
You want me
chains
to do that?
metal?
Well, yes, but this is like very thick
Yeah, I get it.
metal. All right, so Caleb and Lucian, you either make me separate investigation checks, or one of you can roll with advantage.
Well, I think they might know what to look for better, so I'll give them.
Okay, so Caleb's gonna help you look, Lucian. I think all I had to do was put you guys in probably the highest pressure situation I've ever put you in, and now you're actually working together.
I know. Look at that. It's surprising. So do I have advantage?
Yes, because Caleb's helping you.
Okay. I can't see that number. What's that number? Okay. Investigation.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can I use vicious
Nine.
mockery on the door?
if you want.
Right.
You insult the door very gravely.
20. I'm sorry,
Okay.
20. 32.
And what was your first roll? I just like to flavor it whenever someone helps someone. So
The first one was, is that the 6 or a 9?
That's a 9.
Okay, so it's a 9.
all right, so Lucy and you and Caleb set about searching the immediate area, and you actually don't find anything, just looking around. But Caleb, a thought occurs to you. As much as you are not happy with your father at the moment, he did rub some useful lessons onto you. And one of those lessons is that oftentimes the thing you're looking for is going to be in the last place you expect. And thinking, you start actually digging through the piles of gold. And
It's in your own pocket.
in one of the nearby gold piles, you kind of start shifting coins aside and find the handle of a lever buried under gold.
Caleb
Beautiful.
is going to try and pull that lever.
Can I help?
I'm still scooping gold at this point.
Since
So
Caleb
Caleb,
and I are already working together, I would like to help him.
all right, go for it. So Caleb, you start pulling, and Lucian kind of puts their arms around behind you to help you pull, and coins start to scatter and roll as you guys pull the lever, shifting it from under its comfy little pile. And Raccoon, as you're stuffing coins, and the rest of you are just kind of watching impatiently and looking up, you can see the airship starting to like move and shift as the whole roof of the palace just dangles below it.
Can we just talk about how batshit insane this plan of theirs was?
Oh yeah.
They
Oh my
could
God.
just lift this
Very.
capsule. They could just lift this capsule, but no, we're gonna lift the entire fucking roof.
I mean, I know one of you pointed it out while you were escaping. They were very thorough about not wanting you to get away. Again.
And they,
So,
so next time they capture us, it'll be even harder.
yep.
I mean, they probably just
Next
kill
time
They
they're
might
us.
gonna straighten
actually
out
just-
just...
Yeah, they'll probably just chain us to the floor,
I
like
don't
just
think
with
there
like.
is going to be a next time.
They'll probably just kill us for the trouble.
As Caleb and Lucian pull the lever, the platform lets out a hiss of steam and starts to descend.
All right, now I guess you got to rush over to the platform before it gets.
Yeah.
down.
Everybody run.
Yeah, I quickly get on the platform with my
Alright.
pockets.
Get her
bulging with
away!
gems.
Clink, 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 clink.
By the way, Caleb and Zephyr are still chained, so Caleb's around this
Oh,
whole
can I
time.
turn around and tell them to
Wait,
turn, like,
Are we
make it?
still all like manacled as well?
No, whenever
Even
your
though-
individual manacles are broken, the link was broken. But yeah, nobody undid Caleb and Zephyr's chain situation. But Zephyr hasn't really been doing anything, so like
I kind
I
of don't
just
like them
imagine he's
anyways.
just been like. I just imagine he's just been like dead waiting, and just Caleb's been dragging him all over the place.
While we are descending, I will take the time to go ahead and cast Sacred Flame on their manacles.
all right, for the sake of brevity, you burn through the manacles, and finally, the two rogue brothers are able to pull apart their chains, and finally, the length of manacles that was attaching all of you together falls limply to the floor. No longer.
I'm going to
connected
look at
anymore.
Zephyr. I'm going to look at Zephyr and I'm going to point at him. Don't make me regret that.
Regret what?
I don't give him a reply.
I'm just imagining Lucian says that aloud, like looks at him and says, I don't give him a reply. Like aloud.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In character.
Yeah.
The platform descends slowly before finally coming to a stop on the top of the still under construction 3rd floor of the palace. And as you guys step off, you guys kind of throw quick glances down all the way down to the bottom floor, and it's an empty ballroom with the exception of a few shapes moving around that you can't fully make out from this high up.
It has become survival horror.
I was gonna say, are there any corpses?
Make a perception check.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing actually. If
Roll
I
perception.
recognize anybody.
All right, roll perception, but one of you can do it at advantage if you prefer.
Do you want it or?
I have a +5.
I have a +6.
There's a crackhead howling like a dog down the street. What the fuck?
Okay,
That's
honey.
interesting.
Okay.
There's just a guy walking on the road howling like a dog.
Okay, that's creepy.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
That's
like
what
a
happens
dog.
out in the
Time
boonies.
to lock the
Oh,
doors.
it's
Lock
locked,
the doors.
definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
it's
see
locked.
that.
I'm
Lock the
keeping an
doors
eye,
and get
but
a
like,
kitchen knife.
I
got
got a
it.
full-on machete, buddy boy.
I've got mine.
There you go. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so what do the two of you do?
Mine is 17.
Okay.
22.
All right. The two of you lean over the railing of the still under construction floor as the rest of you start getting ready to move. And you don't see any bodies. However, looking closely at the figures you can still see moving, whatever they were before, they're not anymore. You see shambling humanoid ichor beasts wandering aimlessly around the
Survival
floor.
horror.
You can't clearly see like what they look like, but you can see the trails of ichor they're leaving behind them. And from this high up, you definitely can't make out what they are now or what they used to be.
Okay, guys, when we go down there, we need to stay very quiet in order to not draw these attention.
We don't have
Yeah,
any
quiet.
weapons, so
Clink,
we
clink, 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 clink.
Can I pick up Raccoon and carry her?
If Raccoon lets you.
Raccoon, can I carry you, please? He's actually gonna.
I'm going to take that as a yes because Raccoon is losing their shit.
God, I hope if people watch this, they make animated versions. 'Cause
Oh,
I would
yeah,
love to
that's
see this
right.
I
animated.
want to draw this so bad.
So, Gil, you
I
lift
would
up
love-
the clinking raccoon like a piggy bank and kind of piggyback them, and you guys start making your way down.
Okay, we need to reroll stealth.
Since you haven't run into anything or anyone, because last time you got thrown off by the booby trap, but I'll allow you to keep your previous stealth checks for this one.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm gonna draw that later.
Yes.
You guys start booking your way down the stairs, down to the 2nd floor, where you guys had your family encounters.
That
finally-
yeeted me out of the call.
It's okay.
Sorry.
You make your way past the 2nd floor and finally down to the 1st. And as you guys carefully peek from the bottom of the staircase, sure enough, you see these shambling zombie-like ichor beasts just dragging their hands behind them and like just letting out these gurgling coughs and croaks.
Do any of them look familiar?
I did not like that noise.
And Gil, make me I'll call this an investigation check, but disadvantage because they are, coated in ichor and just a lot is happening, so it's going to be hard to identify anyone.
I don't see shit.
Actually,
7.
I'm actually very pleased that sound had the desired effect.
Fair enough. And yeah, Gil, it's hard to tell, but you can, looking around, see that there appears, at least in the ballroom, to be about 8 of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have a problem with just one, so.
Yeah.
That noise
we
is
don't
going
have
to haunt
weapons.
my nightmares.
I know, right?
So
What the fuck?
I will then try to lead everyone around the edge of the ballroom to get us out.
Okay.
My thing
Nah.
keeps turning video on. Why are you doing this? I'm not pressing anything.
Technology is just not on your side right now.
It's really
Um, All right. And now everyone make new stealth checks.
Okay.
Oh God, come on, +7, do me good.
Oh my god.
Natural 20.
I'm fucking holy shit, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna
Fuck.
have.
Nick.
Still carrying her.
It's gonna be 12 + 7, so 19.
Okay. Zephyr.
21.
Let's see.
Just piggybacking on Gil at the moment. That's
It's
why it's so
okay.
good.
It's 19 for me.
Okay, so
21.
okay, 21,
19 as well.
21.
Caro.
21.
Okay.
21.
21.
Gil leading the group.
21.
You carefully start leading the group to the outskirts of the ballroom, and you guys just watch as these shambling ichor beasts just wander aimlessly. At one point, you all like suck in air through your teeth as one actually looks around, like kind of leaning its arm, looks around one of the pillar and actually looks directly at you, but it just kind of tilts its head, seeming almost confused, and lets out a and starts just
No,
limping.
that one's the nightmare noise.
Yeah.
And starts just limping and crawling away, seeming completely unconcerned with your presence.
Are there any like weapons around that we can see? Like anybody dropped before they turned into the ichor beasts?
Make a perception check.
That's a good.
I'm gonna
19.
help her.
Make that with advantage, Raccoon, just in case you get another nat 20.
Okay, 4.
Gil, looking around, you don't see any. Raccoon, you don't see any either. Most people did not bring weapons into the ballroom.
So we heard gunfire.
We heard gunfire, yeah.
You did hear
whatever was-
gunfire, but that you just heard it coming from wherever what happened was going down, and at the very least, they didn't appear to have left anything behind. Whether it got absorbed into the ichor or just the people with the guns weren't the ones who got hit is hard to tell.
But it would have been amazing to have like a goblin standing on like Gil's back, just holding a AK-47.
No.
Ah, yes, the AK-47 musket, my favorite model.
Click, 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 click.
So do you guys just want to head out the ballroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Heading out, you guys find yourself back in the hallway you had been led through by the armed guards. You work your way past all the velvet and fancy shit that acted as a
Is this place abandoned?
it seems like
I
it.
also want to say I also had the perfect moment for a joke, but I let you keep talking, and I was gonna say this is why I hate tight pants. No ballroom.
That was good. I'll give you credit for that. And Caleb, just as that thought crosses your mind of that this place is very abandoned looking, Gil still at the lead. You rush forward and open the door that leads out into the garden.
Weeded me out.
You guys finally getting bathed in the humid and warm but still open air without the dust and rubble of the pulled off roof getting in the way. And looking ahead down the winding hilltop path, you guys see a massive crowd of people, presumably the guests of the ball, trapped as the drawbridge of the palace is raised. On the opposite side of the drawbridge, you see a firing line of Geogran soldiers currently just unloading into this massive, hulking bipedal ichor beast. And as it raises a massive hulking arm, you see the ichor starts to form this massive two-handed blade that it grips with its dripping hands and readies to just start swinging into the crowd as chunks of it are being blown away by the rifle fire.
Oh, this is very unpleasant.
Do I see where the drawbridge could be lowered?
Make a perception check.
Can I assist?
Make that perception with advantage.
Can I assist double?
You cannot. You can make your own check, though.
Fuck you. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm following how the rules of the game work. What do you want me to do?
Let me give him 3 advantage. Let me give him 3 advantage. You are DM.
Matthew,
okay.
You know what the rule is. The number one rule,
Hey,
what the DM says goes.
We have rules in this society for a reason.
Hey DM, my dice said fuck you and gave me a nat 20 again!
Yeah, I don't know that. It was your separate check. The camera's on again.
Pulling up a video.
Yeah, I'm not like staring at it. It's just like, I just notice when it
Why
pops
does
up.
it keep
Anyway,
doing that?
it's just technology glitches. So Gil, how'd you do
Oh,
on your check
calm
with
the fuck
advantage?
down.
19.
Okay. Gil, Lucy, and Raccoon, looking around carefully, you all managed to spot on top of the walls where there are stairs leading up. You can see a lever mechanism not too dissimilar to the one of the platform that controls the drawbridge.
Gil is going to run to it and lower the drawbridge.
Okay.
Am I still clinging to his
So
back?
all the people can escape.
Oh no, that first gonna find a way out.
All right.
But of course, that would also give that big black creature a way across.
Yeah,
It's
but
true.
it will also give us a chance to make a run for it in the crowd and then not notice us.
It's fair.
God, I'm getting Assassin's Creed flashbacks again of hiding in the crowds.
All right. So, for the sake of brevity, is there anyone who does not specifically want to go with Gil to get the drawbridge lowered?
Well, I am clinging to his back, so I guess I have no choice at this point.
Well, you could jump off.
I guess Caleb will assist. He wants to help.
Okay. Zephyr, you seem hesitant.
Well, it's like, could he find a way out? I don't care about the people, man. The real question.
Just like our father.
Well,
Yep.
of course. First off,
That doesn't surprise me.
Caleb is the exception to that. Everyone else is like King Tobadra.
So do you want to look for an alternate way, Zephyr, or are you just going to kind of see how their plan plays out?
Sure, I'll look for an alternate way. Why not?
Okay, make me an investigation check, and just keep your result at the ready. For the rest of you, you start making your way down the hill,
Making my way downhill.
and Gil, you start working your way up the stairs. Thankfully, or rather, in a very dark sense, the beast does not notice you, as it is currently busy cleaving into the front row of people with its blade. And as you guys pass at the top part of the stairs and it starts curving around to get up to the wall, you guys see whenever the blade passes through someone, there's like a brief pause as they start to fall over dead before ichor explodes from the wound and starts to almost wrap around them, almost like something is being birthed from the wound and just consuming them in this embrace, and they start to cough and gag and morph into the creatures you had seen inside.
Again, we are watching the
I'm
destruction of an entire
quickly
thing.
going to pull the lever.
You pull
the lever, Croc!
you pull the lever, and the people immediately start actually pushing to get the drawbridge down faster as you release the lever, and it starts to fall, just its own weight allowing it to fall fairly quickly. And as soon as the drawbridge is lowered, everyone immediately starts running. People closest to the front row to the Ichor Beast, unfortunately, some of the newly transformed Ichor Beasts immediately turn to the people behind them and start grabbing and scratching and biting at them. And you can see one person, the Ichor Beast, digs a wound into their stomach, and the same process starts to consume them. It seems like anytime a fatal wound is inflicted, the person is immediately transformed. And all of your bloods go cold. And Zephyr, as you start scanning the walls for an alternate way, kind of making your way around the scene, you hear gunfire, which on its own not unusual, as the soldiers had been firing at the Ichor Beast. But Gil, as the drawbridge lowers, you see at the very back of this massive, like, line upon line of elven soldiers, you see your father raise a hand and lower it, and the soldiers start firing, not at the beast, but at the crowd.
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't think we're sneaking out with that crowd now.
The fuck?
Yeah, I would probably do the same.
Caleb's just like, well, I don't think we're sneaking out with that crowd now.
Yeah, I don't think so either. We need to
Plan B.
Yes.
Okay, next.
Jump in the
Anyone knows how
water?
to
Anybody
swim?
else wants to jump in the water?
You know, I'm not against it.
No, with all the weight in our
Do any
pockets.
of us not know how to swim?
Is there any rope?
Not that you can see.
Maybe we can cling to the walls in the moat rather than just like swim for those of us like weighted
and
down.
I will say, unless stated otherwise, your characters can all generally swim. It's just a matter of it'll be a bit slow, and
Yeah,
if you're
you have
forced
to.
underwater, then you have to worry about being able to breathe. But unless specifically stated by your character, you can generally swim okay.
Okay, with the
Like
walls,
goblins
are
can,
there
right?
handholds?
Well, goblins. Yeah, goblins have trouble staying afloat, but especially with all of you there to help, especially since Raccoon is on Gil's back, they'll be like decently fine on their own.
Yeah.
So we have that as
I'm
an
like a
option.
little otter on his back.
Yeah.
But with the castle walls, are there handholds to climb down?
Not that you can see. You can make an investigation check if you want to be sure.
Oh,
I would
wait.
like to check.
All right.
I remember
that's
something.
happening- What's that?
Well, my investigation check was terrible, which I'm happy you haven't asked for that yet. But I mean, you know.
Oh yeah, I was just about to actually while he was rolling his.
Okay, because I got that one. But I remember there's the sewer system.
That's true.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got a 17.
I'm down for the sewer system too.
Yeah, like, what the
Well, has he
Zephyr-
said that to everybody?
No.
Yeah, we'll get there. So okay, Gil, keep your result in mind. Zephyr, you do a cursory glance, not really like wanting to stray too far and get cornered by a shit ton of ichor beasts. You don't see any as the walls wrap around protecting the palace from the rest of the city. And as you start working your way towards the rest of the group, you can see the Geograns just starting to open fire into the crowd of ball guests, presumably in an effort to contain whatever is happening here.
Yeah, I understand. Again, would do the same. I guess I will go to my brother and inform him about a sewer system that he went through to get inside this kingdom.
So he only tells Caleb initially.
Well, yeah, he tells his brother, make sure he knows. But I mean, if anyone hears, he's not like hiding.
Yeah.
it.
So if he's not making an effort to keep it secret, then I'll say that you guys can hear it. And Gil, as Zephyr rejoins the group, looking, there are some somewhat loose stones that you could theoretically grip, but it's not gonna it'll only slightly ease the trip down. And the river does look deep enough to where you could feasibly just jump into it without hurting yourself and just get carried away by the tide.
Zephyr also mentioned to Caleb the sewer.
Yeah, and as you kind of step away from the wall, looking for handholds, Zephyr passes along to the rest of the group the existence of the sewer system he had used to get into the kingdom originally.
We should probably use that then.
I'm in agreement because even if we were in the water, we're sitting ducks if they spot us.
Yeah,
It is true.
it's a good plan. I like it.
So I guess we're going
Okay,
to the sewer
Zephyr.
to get out of the castle.
I was gonna say,
Get our
Zephyr,
cart.
lead us.
Sure. I will lead
Don't fuck
you-
it up.
I will totally lead you to that place.
So Zephyr, do you want to try and get the group back to where you had originally used it?
I mean, yeah, that's where I know where of it. So yeah.
Okay, so how are you guys getting across the situation? You can try and take the bridge, or I will say the gap of the river, you could feasibly jump it.
Yeah, I'll jump.
Okay.
To get into the sewer, you mean?
No, to get across the wall, which then means you can get into the city to then get to the sewers.
Okay.
We're
And
gonna use the sewer to sneak out.
yeah, just so they don't have
What
to.
color was that horse that Caleb got? By the way,
It was kind of like a kind of honey color.
So like, I it's something funny whenever he realizes how they're going to escape. Or did he explain that it would get them outside the city itself?
Well, yeah, he didn't role play it out, but yeah, like I figure he would make that clear.
Caleb's like, but then we leave Goldie. The point he named it Goldie.
We do need a cart. Let's just get into the city.
Well,
Okay.
And we
Remember
get past
when I
all of
left
this?
them?
well,
The thing-
Goldie can't really get us across, a buttload of gunmen.
We need disguise.
Disguise, and how do you?
Yeah, Gil, what about your hat?
Oh,
I gave it to my sister. And they took my one.
oh yeah.
Are we not sneaking into the sewers?
Gotta get across
We
the
have to get
river
them.
first.
Yeah. Speaking of which, if you guys are going to try and jump the moat to get to the other side of the walls and then work your way down from there, who wants to jump first?
I will.
All right.
Launch me!
All right. I will say make me
Launch the goblin!
make me an athletics or acrobatics check.
And I will yeet I will yeet raccoon.
All
30,
right.
20. I'm jumping with raccoon.
Okay.
I'm throwing her. Just fucking yeet.
Oh, she's still on my back.
She wants to
Well,
yeet
okay, it's up to Raccoon. Raccoon, do you want to be thrown or do you want to be carried? No! While they're getting their situation sorted out,
Discord yeeted them.
Raccoon?
Help.
Okay. Do you want to be
Help.
carried or do you want to be thrown?
Since you're still on my back.
I'll go with Gil. She doesn't really want to be touched by Lucian right now.
That's valid. Okay. Gil, you take a step back and immediately
Even if it
leap
would be funny.
and manage to just find your footing and kind of step with Raccoon still on your back and look back to see the rest of your party still on the other side. The rest of you, now, Caro, you can make this jump without help. The rest of you, the athletics acrobatics check will now be with advantage because if you fuck it up, Gil can try and catch you.
Okay, you said athletics?
Or acrobatics, your choice.
It's the same modifier
Okay,
for
so
me.
I have
so-
advantage.
Yeah, because if you fail, Gil will catch you. Possibly. If you fail twice, then yeah.
Okay.
Okay, my best was a 19.
Yeah, I don't think I need his help. I rolled
It was on my first roll.
I got a. Gonna do math. 15. Yeah. Or no, 25.
I got the 21.
I got 25 on my first roll.
Okay, and you don't have to roll, but Caro, you just good in general?
Yeah.
Okay. So all of you, one by one. Caro, you give a croak and jump, and Caro actually manages to leap over you completely and land very frog-like before standing back up. Zephyr and Caleb, you jump together and land side by side. And finally, Lucian, you run, you jump, and just manage to make it. And Caro, you kind of look back and do you want to do your little call for Garo?
Yeah. Come here.
You see Garo's tail immediately swish, and he steps back a bit before doing that cat leap, and manages to land also over Gil and land next to you and just kind of nuzzles into you.
Give him some good
Just
pats. and
chuffs.
switches.
That's like the sound that tigers make, they chuff.
Yeah.
So, Zephyr, are you just going to lead the group to the sewers?
Yeah. The spot that he knows of, at least.
Okay. Caleb, I will say on the way there, you would pass by the area where you put your horse if you want to grab them or not. It's up
Would
to
it
you.
be possible to get the cart into this sneaky place?
You definitely can't get the cart through, but if two of you carried it, you could theoretically take the pony.
Aw.
Yeah, like you're going
Sorry.
into the sewer.
All right, if Caleb's gonna leave it, he's gonna follow it, and he's gonna before just as they pass by, he's gonna quickly let it out of that where it was tied up, so that it won't just be stuck there.
That's fair. All right. Keep that in mind then. Okay. letting Zephyr take point, you guys start a mad dash through the just burning and collapsing city, which it's weird because there's no actual structural damage to it beyond the palace, but as you guys run, you just still hear the screams and gunfire and the roaring of this massive Ichor beast and its slowly growing army of minions. As you guys pass the little alleyway, Caleb, you kind of bring the group to a stop and untie your horse, saying goodbye to the little creature.
So that it doesn't get. So that maybe it has a chance to get away.
Mm-hmm. And as you pet it, it gives a little and kind of paws at the ground before slowly trotting into the streets. Continuing on, Zephyr, you lead the group, and Raccoon, you and Lucian both kind of swallow as you approach Nortwix. The ruins that it's been left in, and Zephyr, as you start pulling the cover off of the manhole into the sewers, you all can actually still see the bones of Raccoon's father left by the Geogrins to rot.
So I want to put down Raccoon for a second.
Raccoon's gonna kind of like stipple a sob at the same time. Sorry.
I'm going to run into Nortwix. And is there like a bag or something that I can quickly find?
There are some bags of like
Bring the bones so
various
we can bury
produce.
them.
'Cause I'm going to empty one of the bags, and I want to bag up his bones.
Okay.
So they can be buried, I assume.
All right. You guys watch as Gil slowly puts the malformed and devastated skeleton of Lorcan Telbront into the bag.
You did not.
What?
The dog.
The dog.
Oh.
Sorry.
And you tie up this little improvised satchel and bring
Sorry,
it.
I missed that. He was putting it into the bag.
Yeah, and then just like ties it off and is coming back to the group. And one by one, Zephyr leads you guys to climb down into the sewer system. Zephyr, while it was some time ago, you do still generally remember the way out, although if he's still down here, there is that ogre to contend with. And finally, Zephyr, you come down, dragging the manhole cover shut over your head, and slide down. Do you want to try and lead the group out?
I mean, yeah. Let's get out of here. Let's leave.
Yeah.
And Raccoon's gonna turn to Gil and say thank you.
Don't mention it. Let's get out of here first. And I'll pick her back up.
All right. You guys start running your way through the sewers, Zephyr at the lead, and occasionally you take wrong turns here and there. It's been several days after all, and it was a very complicated route the first time. But eventually, Zephyr, you see the long stretch of tunnel where the grate that leads out into the Summersea Forest lies. And you kind of hesitate, but you don't see any sign of life. Do you want to continue forward and try and open it?
Yeah.
All right. Stepping forward, you pull on the very basic locking mechanism that keeps the grate shut and push it open, and turning around, no sign of the ogre anywhere.
Split.
And in the distance, you can still hear the sounds of distant shouting and gunfire, but it's very distant by now. As all of this process of getting across to Nortwix, down into the sewers, and then the other distance away, a few hours have passed by this point. It's very late into the night now as Zephyr opens this last door and you guys are out into the Summersea Forest. Zephyr, at taking point, you take a peek around where you know the village outside of Mercurial to be, and you see giants and ogres and orcs that look like they're readying for war. You see weapons being sharpened and fastened. You see trees being literally ripped from the ground and having their leaves and branches stripped from them to be turned into clubs. And you for the rest of you, as most of you just took the carriage through this area, so you didn't really get a good look at it. You just see the firelight from the giant kin's camps just throwing these massive threatening shadows onto the dark Summersea forest. What do you guys want to do?
I think we should probably try to not.
I think we
attract
should
any
avoid
of their
them.
ire.
Yeah. Avoid them at all costs.
Maybe we should wait here for now. Rest. They'll move into the city soon enough, and then it'll be clear.
Is there somewhere that we could hide around here until they left?
There's a lot of
Oh.
undergrowth. You could just like essentially bury yourself in plant life and wait. So is that what you guys are agreed on? Do you want to wait it out or try and sneak
Kind
around?
of look at everybody else. What do you think?
Yeah.
Carol?
Yeah.
All right. You guys crouch down, Zephyr shutting the sewer grate door, and you wait. An hour passes. 2. The giants are still readying themselves, but finally they begin to slowly stand and like just start barking orders to each other in various undercommon languages, and they start to march.
What languages are they using?
You most immediately is giant and orc.
Mhm.
Because it says here on my sheet, apparently Caleb actually knows.
Orc. Yeah.
Okay. Then through the orc, you actually are able to make out a few things. Everyone start getting ready! We march to the giant country! And you hear like cheers from the other undercommon creatures. And the creatures begin to march, not into the city, but away from it, heading north into the Summersea forest.
What's an Caleb, like, this is an interesting development.
Well,
Well, they did say that they were going to be at war.
either way, the path is now more or less clear.
The path is clear, he said.
Yeah. I guess
Uh,
He was echoing again.
yeah. I figured. All right, you guys want to start making your way out?
All right.
I'd say yes.
All right.
Onward.
Caleb bummed out that he had to leave Goldie.
Can I like ask Gil if I can gain some rest while staying on his back?
He's trying to sleep on his back.
No, I'll cradle her in my arms in front of me.
I do not want to be cradled.
So, I mean,
Well, that's the only way I'll be able to stay on.
yeah, like technically you have to hold on. You have to hold on while you sleep.
And I will say, like you guys are gonna probably be having to set up camp at some point. You can't, like, unless you all want to take points of exhaustion on top of your current battle wounds. You're gonna have to set up camp soon.
Yeah, definitely needs to. But it's too early to be
Yeah, but right-
cradled. She would
yeah,
cry like a baby.
Yeah, we may have the problem though, because like we don't have any, like, a could probably kill us.
What?
We don't have any weapons, so like animals could probably kill you if they approach your camp.
Yeah.
Well, no, we
You
have
guys-
magic, we have
Still
mage
too
users.
close.
We have magic users.
Hey, hey, I have an idea.
So. Mm.
We could, stay at this camp here.
This camp.
The orcs
Oh,
and
no.
the giants just left. We could just, camp here.
I'm down
Out
for
in the
that.
Open.
Is there a spot that we can make it a bit more hidden?
Uh,
Are there
The-
fires still lit there, or did they put them out?
there is still most of the fires are going out, but they didn't put them out. Like, it's more just like time was. It seems more like they're just willing to let nature kind of take its course on that one. And Gil, the camp is very removed from a lot of the surrounding tree line, as you saw them removing trees to make their weaponry and tools. So you can't necessarily hide if you want to camp in the giant camp.
And isn't it
Uh,
right next to the road?
Yeah, it like surrounds the road.
Yeah, this is terrible place. Anyone passing on the road would see us. We need to find somewhere hidden.
Let's go to the tree line.
Is everyone down with that idea?
Did they? I will say, did they
Yeah.
leave any like
Yeah.
stuff that could be used to make a camp?
Yeah, it's like, is there any tents or?
Yeah, all of their tents and stuff are left where they lie. Essentially, it seems like they're either planning to get more supplies later or just don't care.
So maybe we could grab some of their camp stuff and use
Yeah.
that somewhere else.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Now where are we
You
going?
want us to roll anything for that?
I'll say make me anyone who wants to salvage the camp, make me an investigation check, and you're all just looking for like stuff that would help you with camping out in the woods.
21.
Yeah, it was bound to happen.
Where?
Caleb rolled a nat 1.
I mean, I rolled that one earlier too, so you're not alone.
17.
I was having too much luck. It was bound to happen.
Okay. So Gil and Lucian, you're other than Caleb, we got a nat 1. You two rolled already.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure I was like associating it with the right people. I sometimes do that. Okay. So the three of you break off from the group and start cautiously trying to stay out of out of the kind of line of sight from the city, even though you don't see any soldiers or guards at this point, and start salvaging what you can. Caleb, as you search it, this place was inhabited by a lot of creatures that, for like all their good points, just genuinely don't smell great, and you eventually just get so nauseated by the just kind of lingering smell that you actually have to just kind of back away and rejoin the others. Like you can't
That was gonna
stomach.
be like he tried to like part of a campfire, burned himself on one of the rocks.
Nah, like you just can't bring yourself to search that place with how bad it smells. The rest of you, Gil, you're able to tear down one of the tents, but leave it salvageable. The texture isn't great, and it still has that kind of funky smell to it, but it is a tent. And you find some meats that were in the process of cooking and salvage those. Altogether, it would be 3 days of rations. And you managed to grab the pot that they were using for cooking, but whatever was in it has been sloppily cleaned out of it. So it's not food, but it is a cooking pot.
Okay.
And Lucian, you're also able to grab one of the tents, as well as a few spare leaflets of paper. So add 3 things of parchment. And you also managed to find some dried meat that was being hung on a rack.
Could I maybe find something that's not meat?
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Like bread or anything? Just something that is not meat.
Okay. Well, so I'll
We
say
have
go ahead.
gold.
Just go ahead and add a day of rations from the meat, but you can just give that to someone else. And
Okay.
Raccoon, what would you roll for this?
I wasn't rolling anything. I was going to ask if I could clean the tents and stuff with prestidigitation.
Sure.
And
And-
like I know I can only clean like 1 cubic foot, so I'm just gonna go like each cubic foot of the tent over and over again with a cantrip.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll allow that as a cantrip. So, and Lucian, unfortunately, looking around, it appears that fruit is not a major part of their diet, and what fruit there is probably in the city. And the trees around here do not grow fruit naturally, so you unfortunately do not find any greens.
Can I see if there's any edible mushrooms?
I was gonna say like
Okay.
bread or you know.
It's
vegetables.
mostly just meats, both raw, cooked, and jerkied.
Can I like forage a little
Mushrooms,
bit because
Yeah, make a
for
survival
like
check.
mushrooms and tubers and stuff for her?
Guys,
Yeah.
roots.
Yeah, make a survival check.
Let me find my
Apparently we have a bunch of
modifier
people
real
who
quick.
really do not want to eat meat if they can help it.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Raccoon's
yeah.
fine with eating meat. It's just for her.
Yeah, it's for
Um,
Lucian's benefit.
Was that like
Okay,
a
that
lethal
is-
Lucian?
21.
All right. Searching around Raccoon, you do manage to find several mushrooms that you are able to identify as being safe to eat, and collecting them all together, along with just some roots, you were able to find 2 days of rations composed of mushrooms and roots. It's not pleasant, but it is food.
Here, Lucian. What's the knocking noise?
That's
Yeah, it's
awesome,
kinda-
Chair.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Here, Lucian.
She just kind of takes it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb's just gonna ask Lucian, "You don't like meat?
I haven't eaten meat in 5 years.
Is that
I
like
don't
a
eat
belief?
meat.
Is that
I
like
believe
part
that
of
all
your-
life is precious.
Fair enough.
Caro and Zephyr.
Raccoon
what do
looks
you
like
guys
she
say?
wants to. Raccoon looks like she wants to say something, but holds herself back.
Zephyr and Caro, what are the two of you up to?
Let's see. What time of day is it?
By your
Really
best
won't.
by your best guesstimate, it's probably getting close to like 3 a.m. at this point.
All right, so it's still dark, right?
Yeah.
Alright, hard thing to decide.
While he does that, Lucian is going to pull Gil to the side. I think that you and I should take watches. I take 4 hours, you take 4 hours. It is our best bet.
I can agree to that.
Can I take first watch?
Easy enough to
Sure.
do.
Setting
Or
up camp
camping.
in the.
Yeah, so are you guys committing to setting up camp here?
Yeah, I
We're
think-
gonna
Are
go
we
to
setting up
the
in the
Looks like-
forest?
What?
I thought we
think
were
we're going
setting
to
up
the
in the forest
trees.
'cause
Yeah,
in the
okay,
trees.
yeah, forest. Okay, so laying out what camping supplies you were able to salvage. Caro, you still good?
Mhm.
Okay. Laying out what camping supplies you were able to salvage from the Giants' camp, you guys start retreating into the tree line of the Summer Sea Forest. It's humid, undergrowth is thick, the trees are dark and depressing looking, but with the babbling of the nearby river, and you try not to think about the fact that it connects to the sewer system, you guys start setting up camp, and the weight of everything that happened, everything you just managed to escape from by the skin of your teeth, starts to hit you. And as you guys settle down, and Lucian, you get ready to take the first watch as camp is set up and you guys start to settle down for the night, you guys look up and see Tropu's airship passing over the forest. You see the top chunk of the palace dangling from all of the cables connecting it to it, as this massive fleet of airships, all interconnected by these complex mechanisms, passes over the forest and darkens it even further. And you all just quietly look to each other as the forest darkens even further as the ship passes over, just considering the fact that you so narrowly avoided being on that ship. And as the ship begins to pass over you and fly into the distant sounds of combat begin to fade, and you guys begin to slowly go down for sleep. As Lucian, you bring your knees to your chest and think about a lot of things.
Matthew,
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Matthew, I just wanted to add some flavor, but I needed to double check something.
Oh, what's up?
We did agree that Caleb has like that white and gold cloak, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Caleb, like as he falls
Oh,
asleep, is
man.
clutching that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
And as
Did
we
agree
this
to
session,
what? Did agree that what? Sorry, I cut out.
Just like establishing that Caleb still has the outfit I first described him as wearing. And all of you have leveled up not once but twice from that series of events.
How do I level
once,
up?
Not 3 times.
Level up.
I'll walk you through it once we wrap up the stream. So this is the end of the summer ball arc. We will be taking next week off to prepare. We will be shifting to a new channel, which we will link as we do. And a lot of the next sessions onwards are going to be very different as the new arcs begin, but we'll establish the differences as we get there. Thanks everyone so much for watching. Thanks all of you so much for playing, and we'll see you all next week.